Alright. Mic test. Mic is working. Okay. Jeez. Go away for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and come back and everything's difficult. It's just taken me like, God, an hour and a half to get this set up. So that's cool. It's not cool, by the way. Alright, I have things to work on. Camera. Alright. It took me so long to set this up, I don't know how long I'm gonna be on. Let me first make sure that I am in something I need to be in. Probably this. So many things to rework. Hello, anyone who's watching. And for those of you who stuck through that super long starting soon screen. Man, wow, YouTube is just like significantly delayed. That's so crazy. Maybe it's not. Hold on. It's a few seconds. It's pretty bad. Anyways. Alright. I have some things I need to take care of before I get into actually coding. So I have a pull request that I am supposed to review here for project 100. Ask for my review. We'll go ahead and add my review. See what this is all about. Windows also like super weird and off for some reason. What's the deal, window? Again, it's gone for a short period of time, and then like all of a sudden everything's gone to absolute trash. Okay, so none of these have changed. This has changed, cleaned up the needs, rewritten almost entirely, and removed folder-driven development. This got rewritten pretty significantly by the looks of it, so that's good. Cool. Strict type checking mode. I should probably get the guys switched over to, or at least Luca. He's the developer that worked on this. Should get him switched over to Lua language server. The only reason I had them on Roblox LSP is just because it's the most Roblox Studio parallel, as opposed to other things. Also, I have this. Does this even work? No, I never added this to the thing. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm talking about things. Alright, anyways. What do we got here? So, using tween service and debris service. Why are we calling it debris service instead of just debris? Don't know. I can actually edit that myself. I'm gonna do that, matter of fact. I should probably hold off on doing that. It's already gonna be doing it. Maybe. Is my internet slow? I have no dropped frames or anything. It says am I streaming at 60 FPS? That doesn't seem right. Pretty sure I had this set to 30. I won't look and check while I'm streaming, but interesting. Okay, no, so let me get back real quick. Also, I broke my toe recently, so that's a thing. By recently, I mean like 2 nights ago? 3 nights ago? It's pretty recently. And I have been essentially traveling. I've been having to pack up a car with essentially a 6-month-old infant, and yeah, driving long distances, and then starting Thursday, drive all the way across the great state of Texas with my broken toe, and then a few days after that, drive all the way up to Illinois with my broken toe. Fun, fun, fun. This is excellent connection. I don't know what's going on. It's like this is not being displayed properly on the counter up there. I don't know what's going on. The YouTube streaming, like I got the Twitch stuff down. I don't know. I haven't streamed on YouTube for very long, so that's a whole thing. Anyways, I'm gonna ignore that because it's just taking up time. Cool, we are using the network module. Damage number instance. What is this? Oh, yeah, that's right. This tagged script. Oh man, this thing is such a monster. So this is gonna be a bit to go through here. So we were doing this folder. One of our former hires sneezed. One of our former hires had a really terrible way of scripting and did this folder-based development, where basically he was creating and destroying folders to represent character state. Who does that? Let's see. In the effects folder, using assertions. Look at that. Of course, you could actually just put this into here. In fact, let me message him about that so he knows that. I'm working on Project 100. This is actually a code review that they wanted me to do. Pull request review in particular. If you're not familiar with Git or GitHub or anything like that, basically we have different branches. This is a refactor branch. We're refactoring a big issue from a former developer that worked on the game. And I had a request to merge all these changes into our master branch, and I'm basically going through them and making sure that it is correct, good, and works. So that's what I'm working on. Currently, I'm messaging the person who did this to let them know that assert, while it is actually good to use here, you can, like I'll go over it here in a second, but basically when you use assert to check if something exists, right? Because in Lua, and therefore luau, if you use an instance as the entire condition, if that instance exists, that condition is true. With assert, if that condition is true, or if that instance exists in this case, it'll actually return the instance to wherever you're calling the assert function from. So in our case, like, we could have actually just used the replicated storage find first child effects inside of here instead of using effects folder, and just set this whole assert as the assigned value to the effects folder, and it would actually work that way. Of course, assert's going to actually error out if it's not there, which means you only want to use it for developer mistakes, I guess is the best way to put it. If it's something that that either a client could do on accident or some other thing could accidentally happen that's not based on the core structure of the game. So for example, an effects folder, right? We should have an effects folder. If that's been deleted by accident for some reason, this is going to crash, and it should crash because that's a developer error, that we shouldn't have deleted that folder, or we should have came in here and made changes, which of course when we test the game before we push it to a live server, at that point we would end up seeing, hey, we're getting an error here, we need to fix that. So assert is what you want, not just a if not effects folder then return sort of situation, return out of the function, whatever. But, so that's what it is. Anyways. So effects folder, and we'll do assert. Child. And of course, using find first child is really good anyways, because obviously if it doesn't find that child, it returns nil, and nil is a false or nil value that will cause the assert to fail. So that's kind of what that is. Once I'm done with this pull request, I'm actually going to work on something else though. We'll actually do some coding and whatnot too. So let's see. Effects folder. Storage. Anyways, let's see. So damage number template. It's in the effects folder. I don't. It's like a billboard GUI. Yeah. I don't know that I would. Actually, it's a base part with a billboard GUI. Makes sense. I don't know that that belongs in a effects folder. I guess floating numbers over the character's head, that's kind of an effect. Sure, we'll go with it. What else? Show damage number, we have position, we have damage, instance. So this is, why is this being handled in here? It's bound to be better than what the original developer put, because that guy just didn't know what he was doing. But there's a separation of concerns that needs to happen here. Oh man, that is already just so much. Look how much shorter. Look how much shorter that script is. Oh, that's, you love to see it. I mean, look how long this script was. It's so stupid. Jeez. 824 lines. Kind of hesitant to just take this as is. So this is also, it's named tag. And apparently all it's doing now is just showing a damage number. So that doesn't really work out quite the same. What was it doing? A lot more, I'm sure. It's stun duration. Uh-oh. Okay. My watch. Replaced. Its battery dies way too quick. How close is this game from being released? Not, I would say. It's not that far, but it's not that close either. It really depends. So we all, like everybody working on it, just took a relatively long hiatus, like probably a month, 3 weeks maybe, away from it. The owner and one of the primary builders of the game, the map, everything, he was off doing something else. I've been off working on something else as well, or a couple things as well. So there's that. There's also an issue with the funding of the game, or the development of it. It's an MMO, so it's pretty large, so it's got some significance to it. And I, in particular, I have a percentage of the game, but like I don't really work for that cheap. I have 20 plus years in the an entire MMO. 20 plus years in the gaming and software development industry, and so like hard for me to justify spending too much time working on a game that I'm not really making any money from. We have a Patreon to help fund the development of the game. People that want to contribute to that, but it's still going to be a little while. We still got some things to do. The main thing we really have to do is get this refactor finished. Let's see, like, what else. So here, let me shrink this down. What else was changed here? Heal buff. Yeah, and we also want to do, because I told them, I was like, as long as we actually optimize well, we don't have to have some, like, 20-player server. Like, we can aim for even as much as, like, 100 players. That's what we're actually aiming for, is 100 players on a server. Obviously, you don't need to have 100 players on the server, but having the cap, having the ability to do that, should help minimize, like, not seeing other players, because our maps are going to be pretty large, or the floors. It's a Sword Art Online inspired MMO, so but not Sword Art Online specifically, because honestly it's not really a good game if you look at it from a game design perspective. Set cooldown attributes, moving run service. Hold on, why? Um, Interesting. What are you taking from SAO and what are you omitting? So I mean, we're gonna have Town of Beginnings, and it's gonna have like some of the games, like the things that you would expect to see, right? The first floor boss, right? The kobolds, and like all that. But then, like, our UI is a little different. You know, it's a little more gamified. Because essentially, if you look at SAO as an actual game, it's not a very engaging or good MMO. So we're fixing that. We're making it more of an engaging MMO. So skills are handled differently as well. Basically, you charge up SP, and then can release your SP once you reach whatever the required charge amount is to unleash a skill. At least that was the last way that I saw it. I don't know if we're changing that or not. And then obviously we're not just taking directly the weapons from the game. We will have some of those, but the thing is, like, even in SAO, like, it has most items were unique, which isn't really realistic per se. I mean, I guess if we had an agent or an LLM to go in there and constantly, you know, create names for us, random names and stuff, I guess we could. Or I could even have it just generate like 1,000 different names, like on a weekly basis, essentially, or whatever. And I could put that into a module script and literally have it just like randomly select one. And when it finds and uses one of those names, then it actually removes it from the table. I mean, it's not entirely inconceivable, but long term, that's still not really a good idea. Otherwise, combat's obviously a little different because it's Roblox still at the end of the day. So it's third person, ideally. Typically, you can go first person, but it's not going to designed necessarily to be first person. What else? The floors, we're doing 100 floors. That's the goal. It's actually a bit of contention between myself and the builders, the owners, because they want to do things a certain way for building the floors out that isn't necessarily the most efficient or even necessarily the most optimized way to do things. Which I told them was like, if we're going to do 100 floors, we're probably going to want to have a system that's going to let us make these floors relatively quickly. So that's a thing. But otherwise, you know, we're going to have guilds, we're going to have player housing, fishing, blacksmithing, right, the crafting stuff. So kind of traditional MMO stuff on that side of things, but otherwise, it should be pretty good when it actually gets finished. Hopefully, not hopefully when it gets finished. I just mean it should be good. Hopefully when it gets finished. Then we have this heavy attack. How are we doing heavy attacks? I don't have a key bound for that. I guess we just press and hold. Which we didn't set up the key bind for that, so that's interesting. Set cooldown attributes. So see, he did the services up here in this one. Interesting. Also, like, our module name should be, it's more of a formatting thing, but it's what it is. Plan to release a playable game or hold it until everything is in the game. Oh no, yeah, so we're going to actually do similar to SA. We're going to have a beta test period, and have beta testers go in and play the game for a while and try to pick out as much bugs as we can for the first few floors. We're going to release the game with the first few floors. We'll probably have some additional floors ready or close to ready when we do release the game with those first few floors. And then we'll continue to work on more floors and release them as time goes on, as essentially our updates. and any additional features that might come into play as well, just depending on what we come up with. So yeah, we're not waiting until we have 100 floors to release the game. That would be silly, honestly. We don't want to work on it for that long. Oh, I think it'll be until beta. Let's see. It's really hard to say right now, simply because we all just started to work on it again from our hiatus, from taking, not necessarily taking a break from it, but having other things that we had to take care of in the meantime. So we're all just starting to, the eye of development is starting to focus back on the game again. So until that starts to ramp up and we really see like how far we have to go to get things done, the big thing again is this refactor. Once we have this refactor done, we can test combat. So we'll have like combat tests. So you can actually go and do tests for that. In fact, let me paste the invites or the Discord server link into chat here, so you can join that. There are going to be updates, announcements essentially whenever things go live like that. We do sneaks every now and then, and there should also be an announcement for when we're accepting testers, and you can apply to be a tester if that's something that interests you. So you can help kind of test and break the game. Yes, I said break the game. I think testers should break the game. That's its whole thing. Speaking of break, yeah, it's fine. Wind up. And clash heavy. Alright. Oh, I see. Because it was originally a value that they had there. Stunned, can clash heavy. Stunned. Cancelled. It's cancelled capitalized. Oh, we're just using what they had. Alright. Many developers are programming for the game. It is mainly me, one other person. We're the main two top developers. I'm like head honcho on that side of things. He's second, essentially, in charge of that. We have a new person that we just set a task for. We have, let me see. Some of this list isn't, this needs to be cleaned up actually, so that's a whole thing. No, my network's fine. Is GitHub just being slow? We have, so she's not been doing anything for quite some time. Ducky, I have something assigned to them, but I haven't seen them do anything for a while. Same thing with Julian. Mode is on now and then. I don't even know who this is right now, or this one. This is the new guy. This is the guy second in charge, essentially. So, yeah. No. In fact, I would say Luca, so he's the one that I'm actually reviewing this, or put this review for. He's the next most experienced. He's definitely the most talented of the other developers we have, but has only been doing it for a very short period of time. Has just basically kind of gone under my tutelage and learned a lot. I mean, the thing of it is like I have, so I have this, yeah, come on, ridiculous. I understand why this is taking so long. So I pride myself on writing technical documentation. And I have a whole onboarding guide, so when we hire new developers, new scripters, I have this whole guide for them to be able to go through, including a step-by-step, like the actual workflow step-by-step, that they can use to get going, and then obviously once they become familiar with it, they don't necessarily have to follow it step-by-step anymore, because they should know like how to do it. But it even goes over like understanding our actual projects, setting them up with Visual Studio Code, Git, GitHub, all that stuff. And yeah, just making sure that it adheres to the rules, and it's a full-on, pretty lengthy guide for the most part, but it's all really useful information. I do want to kind of change some of it because we're currently using, I have them using Roblox LSP instead of Lua language server, and I feel like we should just be using Lua language server at this point. What are we cutting out here? Combat effects. Okay. There's so much to review here, and it's just such a pain in my ass because I don't like a lot of it, like this. If you want, I actually have I have it open right here. That's, didn't even know that I had that open. Yeah, I have a public version of it that you can take a read of if you want. So you can access that without being part of Project 100. Basically, I made this so that like we don't have to give prospective developers access to the code repo, and then they can look through this, and I'll be honest, quite a number of them have been like, yeah, that's a lot, and I don't really want to go through all that, and decide they're not going to work on it. It's like, that's fine, because if you're not going to adhere to this guide, then you're going to do things inevitably wrong for our project, and I don't want to do that. So. Also, you should check it out. My open source project template. This is a full-on, like, you can use this template, create a new repository. This creates a new repository for yourself. You have to have a GitHub account, of course. And then you can actually, you can use the onboarding guide to even see how to do this, but you can go ahead and clone this repo, or your repo at that point, to VS Code and utilize it in there. And this is a full-on, it's already set up for you. You just need to basically initialize Git. It's done. So you have to download Git, of course. And it will work exactly as is. All your services are already set up. There's a full README in here that goes through and talks about how to use it. And on top of that, I also have public modules that you can use that I'm going to constantly be adding to this. For example, I have a modular framework, and again, technical documentation. I love doing it. So I have this full nice breakdown here of how this works, and then if you go into my scripts, you'll actually see I did my best to code or to comment them. I'm a teacher as well. I teach coding. I teach Roblox, as a matter of fact, is one of the things I teach. But I teach computer science as well, and so I'm big on making sure when something is available for education purposes that I make sure to go in and comment things a little more robustly than maybe normal, just to make sure that if you are looking through it, you can learn from it and kind of figure out what it's doing and why it does that. So this is version 2 of this. I actually need to move Project 100 over to version 2 of this, but it's a little bit of a situation to do that. Then I also have my logger utility, which I love using. This basically allows you to log custom messages. If you have done any sort of Roblox scripting, you will probably have come across where you are using print statements for debugging. Mandatory for everyone to use Git in this project. If so, what is the reason? Yes, it is mandatory for everyone to use Git on this project. The reason is twofold. I think everybody should use Git, even solo developers, because it is great for A, code backup, and B, version control, because you can create a branch for a feature, for example, work on that feature, and not mess with the code that you know already works in your master branch. And then whenever you get that feature complete, you can go to merge and you can actually look through and see, does this conflict with anything that's in the existing code? If it does, I need to fix that, right? So it's just a lot better. It's very similar in how it should be for any Roblox game in general. You should have a experience, right? You have your experience, your game. You should have a place that does not get touched for the most part, and that's your stable, that's your live version of the game. That's what players are playing on. Then you should have a second place that represents the next update that you're going to push to the game. You work in there, you apply new updates to that. Whenever you test it and it's good and it's stable, you just save that over your live version, right? And that will update the game to the next update. And then the next update place becomes the next update, and so forth and so on. It's a very similar thing. We have a stable branch that nobody touches, then we have a master branch that only I touch because I'm in charge of maintaining that. That's where I get merge requests, and I will go through and make sure everything looks good before I merge them in and make changes like that. And then if you're not just doing things on your own, or even if you are, another thing too is that it's when you use Studio, right, Roblox Studio, you have you can open Roblox Studio up on your desktop computer. You can go and open it up on your laptop if you're lucky enough to have both, right? And you can then just continue working on both because it syncs up the code. So this would be the same way. I can open up VS Code and open up my repo on my desktop, and then I can just pick up my laptop when I travel, which I'm going to be doing soon, and I can go ahead and just continue working from there on the same exact code. In fact, all the different branches, I'll have access to all of that, right? So I can do all that on the go because of that. And then the other main thing, and this is what a lot of people will say is the best reason, is because I'm working on a team, and we are all going to be working on different things. And again, let's say I work on something and I happen to work on this exact script. I make a change to this script. Meanwhile, Luca, the other developer here, also makes a change to this script, right? We're doing that in parallel. And then I go ahead and I say, okay, I'm done with my feature. I'm going to go ahead and publish that. That goes into the game. And then Luca says, okay, I'm done with my feature. I'm going to go ahead and publish that, put that into the game. He's now overwritten my changes. So using GitHub in particular on that allows you to avoid that situation where you can see, hey, there's a conflict here because this is going to overwrite this change. and you can handle that. So it's just overall really great. On top of that, you have issues. I know what the problem is. It's because this pull request is so massive. That's why this loads so slow. Because it's trying to load in all these files. I mean, there's 33 files changed. Like, this is too big of a pull request, honestly. I hate doing them when they're this big, and this is not the first time. In fact, I have 2 pull requests open because I have one of them that is also massive that I need to go through, and I'm basically just reworking it myself because it's so big. But, so you can see also issues. So I can create issues for the game, and I can say, hey, here's one. So live data needs to be created by server, blah, blah, blah. And I can assign this to a developer, right? I can give tags and stuff. I can also go ahead and leave notes on either what exactly is going on, or even, hey, here's a full-on, like, here's how we should probably do this, without me having to go in and do that code myself. And I assigned it to him, so he's going to do that, right? So that's issues. Is there a way to work with developers who prefer to stay on Studio if you use Git? Yes, and it's get them to use an external editor because it's just better. Here's this game has been in development since late last year. Well, a little longer than that technically. I got onboarded late last year, and they completely scrapped any scripting work that they had done at that time, and we started essentially from scratch there. But they've also reworked the map style multiple times now. So like visually, I don't even know where it's at right now, like on the asset side of things. Script-wise, we have quite a bit of code in the game already, though. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So think of external editors like this. So like VS Code. I can open up Notepad, right? I can come in here. I can get all of the same stuff that I have, right? I can just sit here and code in Notepad. You can see it's obviously a little more difficult, but all I have to do is I just save this as a .luau file, and then I could actually put this into Studio and it will work as a script. But you can see how that's not ideal, right? So there's also like Notepad++, which supports coding languages, so you could actually have Lua, not Luau, but Lua. And what that's going to do is it's going to give you highlighted syntax, so you're going to see like the local keyword's going to light up a different color, right? Function's going to light up a different color. For, right, all these keywords, as well as anything else from Lua. Now again, it's not Luau, so it's not going to know anything about Roblox specific stuff. Hold on, what is this? It's trying to play copyrighted music for me. This is supposed to be copyright free. Come on now. Anyway, sorry. What's up, Mega? All right, so then take that to the next level and talk about Roblox Studio. So Roblox Studio has, of course, all the syntax highlighting as well, including Luau syntax highlighting, because obviously it knows about Roblox specific things, like workspace and all kind of stuff. It's going to include auto completion as well, and on top of that, it's going to have IntelliSense and a linter. The linter is going to help you detect errors and things in your code, right, if you type something wrong. And IntelliSense is going to be like when you hover over like a built-in function name or something, and it, you know, tells you, hey, this is what it is, what it does, the arguments it takes, all that kind of stuff. So that's obviously, you know, a step progression there. And just like that progression, VS Code is yet another progression on top of Roblox Studio that just applies even more benefits, like just out of the gate with very little effort. And you can of course completely customize things however you want as well. In fact, this is my VS Code. It doesn't look like anybody else's VS Code. You know, it has my logo and everything on it. All my stuff's over here. I have, you know, nice fancy pop-up windows instead of everything being at the top, whatever. But you know, because of all the different extensions you can run, like you can get a lot of different special stuff on here, which is nice. And then there's just other benefits for it, and it just works better. There's a lot of times, like earlier today, I was actually teaching a session, and somebody, I was trying to type something out, and autocomplete wasn't working for player instances in particular, for whatever reason. That never happens in VS Code for me. But we happened to be working in Roblox Studio because they were just starting out today. So there's this whole thing, right? It's a mentality with this game's development. Get it as optimized the first time, or get it in players ASAP as long as it works. No, it's here's the thing, is like there's a lot of people that like to write code quick and dirty, and the fact is this giant refactor that I've been talking about that we've been working on. The whole reason that this exists is because someone just wrote these massive quick and dirty scripts, and what that does is it creates technical debt. Technical debt, as AI will tell us here, cost of shortcuts in software development, also known as design debt or code debt, is a concept in software development that describes the future cost incurred by choosing a fast and easy solution now instead of a better, more robust approach. In other words, he caused a lot of extra work for us now that we wouldn't have had to do if it was written properly in the first place. And that's actually where a lot of things like the Roblox Luau style guide that I try to get my guys to follow, because obviously if we're writing code the same way, it's a lot easier for us to look at code and recognize that. For example, things that I'm noticing in here, right, that it's like, man, this is such a pain for me to go through because it's not necessarily written the way that it should be according to our style guide that we've decided to follow. On top of that, there's also the fact that if we write our code properly the first time, it should automatically be optimized, right? So we shouldn't have to go back in and optimize things. It doesn't take us really any longer, and if it does, it might take us like just a fraction of a moment per line longer. And that might add up, sure, but again, technical debt. It's going to save us from just getting into players' hands, having the beta testers go, hey, this isn't working, or hey, this is doing something weird, and then you have to go in and your script is written terribly, it's not maintainable, it's harder to read, like all of that is just a whole thing. So that is about Roblox coding. That is about any coding. Why would that be any different for Roblox? Coding is coding. You are writing a programming language. Luau is a programming language. It is exactly what it is. Any game coding is exactly what it is, and anybody who says otherwise isn't thinking of it correctly, and they're just going to do things the way they want to do them. They're going to use shorthand for things. They're going to write their code quick, ugly, dirty, just get it working, blah, blah, blah. The fact is I can also write a game that works really well in a very short period of time if I want to do something, some sort of brain rot game, for example, and just get it out there and get it working. The fact is my game is going to work better. It's going to be more optimized, and you're going to be able to go in, look at the code, and go, I know exactly what that's doing because it's actually written properly and it's written well. So there's a difference of coming from my perspective and coming from outside the Roblox community. One of the main things that I've done, and my goal for even doing a lot of things I do teaching wise with Roblox, is I want to better the community. I want to get the community out of the mindset of Roblox scripting is different than regular programming, because that's been, especially since 2020, when everybody thought, hey, I can become this armchair developer now and I can just go ahead and, you know, write a Roblox game, and then they follow all these tutorials of people that don't actually know how to code, but they know how to make a Roblox game work. Those are two different things. And so they learn a lot of bad practices, and they don't necessarily realize that, hey, they're not coding in Lua, they're coding in Luau. There are major differences that you can take advantage of, different shortcuts and additions that Roblox has made to Lua, version 5.1 specifically, that are just better. They also open sourced Luau, so you can even use Luau as a language, an embeddable language, just like you would Lua in things like C++ and stuff like that. So rant over, because I have to actually do some work. All right, so we've essentially gone through this. There's definitely some things that I'm not a huge fan of. Again, like local S / effects. I mean, come on. He wrote that. You know what? I'm actually going to leave a comment for that. I'll just mark that as viewed. One-handed rapier. So we're just going through a lot of different attacks. See, this should have been a different. There's too many changes, I think, had to happen on this for one pull request, and that's really a pain. A fan on top, man. Also, like, why are we naming? And is that actually named with a capital I? That's how it is here. If that's the case, though, that's gross. I have half a mind. This is kind of a big issue that I have too. Is like I'll see a lot of stuff like this, and I'll go, man, I just wanna do it myself. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, you just Google search Roblox Lua style guide, like it pops up there. I'll post that in Twitch as well. But yeah, this is the official. Like every language has a style guide, and it's written. Sorry, every language has an official style guide, and it's written typically by the writers, the creators of the language itself. Roblox didn't make Lua, of course, but they did write Luau. I hate that this is called Lua style guide because as you go through it, it is very specifically Luau. It has things such as if then else expressions. So this is the Lua way of doing it. This is the way of doing it. So this is the way of doing it in Luau. This is the way of doing it in Lua. You can still obviously use Lua's way, but it's not as clear. And there's another issue, like if you want to do, yeah, if you want the object to be nil or false, then that just kind of works out as well. Anyways, point being, style guides, again, they're more, there's the official one, you don't necessarily have to follow that, but the idea is if everybody followed it, or at least mostly followed it, then we'd all be writing our code in a similar format, and it would make things way easier for us to understand each other's code, to be able to read each other's code. Write your code for reading, not for writing, because you only have to write it once, but you may have to read your code 6 months down the road, and understanding exactly how you set it up is going to be a really good idea. Another developer may have to read your code, right, which is something that we're coming across a lot, with this sort of thing. And if you don't have it formatted in the way that other people do, then it can be hard to follow and hard to figure out what's going on. So that's the idea of a style guide. There's people that have also come out with style guides for Roblox that make their own personal opinion changes to it, that it's like, that's defeating the purpose. You're now creating this division for no reason, right? Either you either should follow the official style guide or do your own thing. And the thing is if you're working on a team, as long as you're all following the same style guide, then it's fine. What game am I making? This is for Project 100. This is an Sword Art Online inspired MMO for Roblox. Oh, it was actually alright. What else we got here? One-handed sword. Yeah, man, these... Okay, so these heavy attacks, like, there's just so many things. So this as well. Forget what these are. Top fans. Interesting. What is this? I'm just trying to see what these are. There's a leaderboard now in YouTube chat, apparently. Top 3 special badges. Collect experience points, send live chats, and super chats, etc. That's cool. Let's see. We'll mark that as viewed. Yeah, we'll do it. Am I able to go in and modify the code? Reviewing. I am, yeah. Like I can come in here and I can say edit file and I can make this change myself. In fact, there was one that I wanted to edit up here. Let me see if I can find it. This one. I mean, this script was like a massive thing that needed to be changed and looked at, but what was it that I wanted to change? Oh yeah, I was just gonna fix these as search essentially. So I can come in here and I can do it and I can just edit the file. Unfortunately, it's like a regular text editor, so it's not like actually doing it in a code editor per se, but that's all right. So I'm going to just copy this and paste that there. I'm actually going to spread this out, make it a little nicer looking, and then same thing. Just cut that, that's all right. Cool. And then I commit these changes. And then it would take me back to here. I'm gonna go ahead and just refresh from here. I opened it in a new window because it would take longer to load up otherwise. Because there's 33 files that they made changes to on here. It's kind of insane. But now that has changed, so I can put this up. And you can see my changes have taken effect. So yeah, so I can go in and I can just do it myself if I wanted to, but it is what it is. And then yeah, they removed so many things from this. That's why I hadn't like finished looking at that one, because I needed to see if they moved them into other scripts or like how they handled that. This is the party comment, this one. You know what, since this is happening in multiple scripts, what I'm gonna do, mark that as viewed, light attack, activators. just be using, I'll just leave that comment form here. What is it? Find first child of class. So we get humanoid. Humanoid. I'm able to type anymore. And it automatically typecast it. That's not accurate. That's the way it's said, but you wouldn't have to do that. So. Let's see. Type as a blank string. You could have just set that. I guess that's fine. I think I understand where that's going there. The difference between find first child of class and find first child, which is a that's a good question. So find first child of class. Actually, there's a whole thing. Like I recently even had to explain this to somebody, and now I've completely blanked out on the main difference. But say find first child, which is a. Okay, cool. They're both right here actually. So this returns the first child of the instance whose object is a. So it uses the is a deal there. Unlike find first child of class, this function uses that is a, which respects class inheritance. So for example, is a part, is an instance, and is a base part. These are all true. If you want to find first child of class for a part, you can't use base part and you can't use instance. You have to specifically use whatever class it is, which is a part, because a base part covers both parts and mesh parts. So in most cases, you usually want to use base part if you can. In the case of a humanoid is a humanoid, whichever way you want to match it. It is still an instance, so if you wanted to maybe reference it as an instance, then you would want to use find first child, which is a, and then you would get the instance there. So that's the main difference between the two. Hopefully that helps. So a humanoid you could use. I mean, you could use either for most of them. Which is a is probably. You could probably just use which is a, find first child, which is a for most things. The problem I have is it's a longer name for the function, for the method, so it takes up a little extra space. And you really only need it in specific cases. Is what it is. Class frame duration. Class frame duration, okay. Sprinting, get attribute sprint. Aerial equals sprinting, and so if you are sprinting, in the air, sure. And you do not have the aerial cooldown. So you have to be sprinting to do this attack. How does aerial being checked against here? Pass it? No, if aerial, then set the aerial cooldown. Okay, and then what? Tell you what, this is where, let's go ahead and actually pull this, we'll pull this branch up in here. This is the refactor alive data. We'll switch over to that branch. This is the light attack. So we can actually look at this in here. It's the same script. Yes. Okay. Also, I'm not a fan of this. Also, not a fan of this. This should be like this. This should be like this. Plain and simple. Fact is, if you're going to set another value to the light attack, you want to make sure that's easily distinguishable from your functions. And I don't even think this function's way too big. Holy crap. Wow, yeah. Alright. Anyways, it's not what I came in here for. What are we looking for? Aerial, right? Is that what I was looking for? Yes, it was. Although they, sorry, I'm completely spelling that wrong. There's also spelling it a little weird too. Like that's not how you should spell aerial, I believe. And they're using a capital A, which is fine. Alright, so we are setting it to this, which is a boolean. It's a boolean or nil. Fascinating. Okay. If aerial, then we're setting that. If sprinting, then if aerial, we're playing an aerial attack animation. Okay. Calling load animation on things too. Let me. Also, where is this? This is in server storage. Alright, still a lot of work to do for these scripts. We've left a couple comments, but for the most part, I'm just going to push this through and we can and rework this more properly in the near future. Why? What do you have a problem with through for, Google? My apologies. I don't want to like just push things through, but I also don't want to sit here and go through all of this code. This is way too much for, you know what? submit this review. I'm going to this is just, it's one of those situations like putting a newer developer on this was probably too much. And it's not necessarily too much for them to handle. Like, I could continue to bounce this back and forth with them and say this should also change, here's how you do this, etc. But it is also like, this is too much work on my part now for this to be worth my time, when it's going to take me almost as much time to go in here and go through this as it would be for me to just go through and rewrite this code myself. Yeah, at what point? Right. How often do I stream development of this game? Is it random? Can I expect to make things? So I would love to stream regularly. I've just been gone for like a week and a half, not home. I took things and I could stream. I have my laptop, the gaming laptop. I can still stream from that, do all my development stuff. As I talked about earlier, I can like pick things up and go wherever I want. But I was only able to stream for like an hour while I was there, while I was away, because we had a lot of other responsibilities we were taking care of at the time. I will be starting Thursday morning, early Thursday morning, Central Time in America. I'm going to be traveling for like 3 weeks or something, two and a half weeks or something. It's going to be a while. And I'm still going to take my stuff. I'm still going to aim to try and stream during that time. I can make no guarantees though. Just depending on how things go and the setup and everything. But ideally, yes, you should otherwise count on this to be a routine thing that you should be able to stream into, or tune into. I also prefer to do this like nightly if I can. It means I can do some work and also stream at the same time, because I enjoy doing that. A little of both. I like to, there's obviously the organization aspect of doing the reviews and stuff, and a lot of it too, because I have a 6-month-old baby, and and as well as I teach and I have other responsibilities and stuff, so it's one of those things where like I'm not always available when they're available, they're not always available when I'm available. And a lot of them are actually overseas from, or they're in completely different countries, some cases complete other side of the world. So it's not always, it doesn't always line up for us to even meet and sync up like that in the first place. I would love to do more of that though, because that would help, like, this kind of stuff where I can actually say, hey, here's how I would do this, here's a better way to handle this, here's, make sure you're following this, etc., etc. Without, and getting that immediate feedback instead of like having to read it in a comment or something like that, right? All right. Anyways, so that's out of the way. Let's actually let's do some coding. So what's up here? Close that. I actually just discard these changes because that's what it is. Also, this is like way too big. Oh, maybe not, because now I'm streaming. I gotta make sure you can see stuff. Data types. What is this? Sure, something like that. Is that viewable? Can you actually like read that? Do I need to increase the size of the font? Personally feel more motivated and enjoy the better communication of sitting in call and getting feedback. Yeah, it helps too. Like I said, I teach, so like even from my perspective, like it helps for me to be able to walk through. I can very easily recognize where weaknesses and strengths are and say, hey, this is kind of the thing. Right? Yeah, I actually hold on. I have my phone right here. A closed chat. It's relatively readable. Let me. It just seems so big though. It's fine. I'm kind of used to it because I have to have it that large when I teach as well. So it is what it is, I guess. Anyway, so let's switch branches here. So there was something that I was working on in particular. We have this character and items refactor here. I should really finish that because that was part of working on the new HUD, which I think was also tied into like the quest system. I had a skill menu that I was starting to work on. I got like started on so many different things and then never got to finish any of them. So that's fun. Should I just work on the alive data stuff? Should I just work on that? Let me finish what I was working on here. So let's see what we were working on here. All the way down here. It's been so long since I worked on this though. You know, I never thought about that actually. Being in the server, the Discord server, voice chat for it. That is definitely something I could do. I think I don't know if we have a group. Or we have a group, but I don't think we actually have like a server for. Yeah, we have the Project 100 devs group. I could just stream in that. For the most part, like a lot of people that know about Project 100 and are in the Project 100 Discord, they also are aware of me and they know about my Discord server. So if they're members of my Discord server, which I don't think a lot of them are, because we have wow, we have significantly less people in the Discord than I thought. There's only like 25 people. That's crazy. I thought there were a lot more than that. Because my Discord server has... Oh, wait, hold on. That's not correct. I'm in the wrong channel. general. There's like 84. There's 6 there. There's another 294 there. Yeah, so there's like a lot. I'm sure there's an easier way to actually see this, but it is what it is. If you had a development team that wasn't doing anything, we would sit inside call and wait for people to join sometimes. Yeah, no, that's, I mean, I'm kind of always working on something, so. But it's not always Project 100. In fact, for the most part, recently it has not been Project 100. But I do want to work on Project 100 tonight, so that's what I'm doing. Alright, it's just a lot of stuff here. Let's see something. Go to branch of the origin, but how is it compared to our I'm doing something dumb. Never mind. Let's see. Is the other project also again? Yes. Yeah, I'm part of a. I got roped into working on a brain rot RNG game. It's kind of a win-win situation for me. It was already making money. It was in the top. It was in like the front page stuff. It's the top result when you search brain rot RNG, or at least it was not that long ago. And they offered me 25% ownership to come in and take over scripting because their scripter was leaving, going to the military or something. So it's kind of a no-brainer to take that job, I think. So I was working on character data manager, but it's obviously got issues here. I know what I was trying to do. Come on, terminal, what are you doing? Oh, okay. I was waiting for it to start up. It's already started. I'll do a get rebase. There we go. We'll use the UI for this refactor item category. Yeah, this is obviously way too big. I have to shrink this down. Don't do any coding, you just look at the code. I have to rebase from the master so that I'm on the most up-to-date version of the game, so that when I actually do start coding, I can do that. And if you want me to actually start coding things, I can. Two dashes? It is 2 dashes, of course it is. Let me do going to, no, let's just do this. Make sure we're getting it from our origin master. All it is. I'm gonna rewrite our whole like damage system and stuff. So we'll close that. It's warm in here. I forget how warm it gets in here. Office does not have direct AC in it, which is kind of terrible. Let's see. Alright, I want to shrink all this down here. I'll create a new folder in here and we'll call it systems. And we will create a new folder in here and call it damage system. So I need to change the, what do you call it, the module loader, my modular framework and stuff, but that is what it is. Alright, so we want our an actual damage system script here. This is load. Let's do I actually have, oh, do my snippets carry over? That's a question. They don't. Damn. I had created snippets for VS Code to like shortcut doing some things. It is what it is. Gonna get worse at typing as the night goes on because it's already 1 a.m. for me and that's just how it works. I need to alright, we're going to go ahead and do a this isn't gonna be local, it's gonna be damage system dot, we'll say damage dealt instance dot new, and this will be a bindable event. I can type, I swear, just not right now. This is going to be for other systems to subscribe to. Maybe I can't type anymore. I don't know. It is what it is. What else do I want to do? I want to go ahead and do a critical. Do a multiplier for the critical damage. Say critical damage multiplier. Might actually want to expose this somewhere else at some point, but for now we'll set it to just ×2. Let's go ahead and just do an apply damage function. So, function damage system dot apply damage. This is going to take a target, which will be a character model, base amount of damage, which will be number, and then the source of damage, which will be of type damage source that we don't have. So we're going to want to make that. Within our replicated storage, shared constants here. Damage source. Type. Damage source type. Let's see. Should also open. Group experiences. Project 100 official. No, I guess it's not that. Project 100 dev template. Go ahead and serve this up. So we'll eventually be testing this. Sorry, what is this health bar setting? Oh, there's things that are going to be broken. Maybe not. It doesn't really matter. Sorry, I'm messing around with the thing here. This is a little dev template for testing things for the game. Pretty bare bones, but it's supposed to be, right? Alright, let's go to our... I've been considering too, because we have shared constants and types technically aren't constants. I've been wondering about separating those into like a shared types folder. Is that too much to do right now? I better do it now if I'm going to do it, I guess. It's not what I want. Essentially, I'd have to go through anywhere we have a type, such as item data type, weapon type. Are those the only two types we have? Other than the new one we just made? I don't know. We'll just do this one for now, though. And make sure that's in there. So we're going to do our well, what are we going to need for the damage source? We're going to need damage type. And I do want to do status effects as well. We're going to actually need to make those types as well. So let's do a... Well, the damage type is going to be like an enum, so that would be a shared constant. We're gonna do fire for sure. Let's do ice, right? Poison. Bleed. I have a list anywhere I can look at. Oh, actually, rather than fire being my first one, let's do physical. That's just kind of the main one. And we can do fire. That is not the correct symbol. Alright. And then, I don't know, we'll probably just leave it at that for now. healing, that was another one. Positive. I don't know if we want to do that. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Okay, and then we're gonna do local damage type equals. Could just return this. No, it's fine. We're gonna freeze it anyway. So, and we'll say. I could also do that. It is what it is. All right, and this is kind of the pain in the ass portion of this here, but like initially setting up something that I already had a number of values in mind for, so that's the whole thing, but it is what it is. And able to freeze that. Alright, so there's our damage type. I mentioned I want to do status effects. Do I have a list of status effects? Yes. That'll also be in shared constants. Close that. We're going to do status effects ID. Also, oops, that's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be from here. And then for the status effect ID, this is probably a decent grab for it. So we'll just grab that. Do that. I'll just say status effect. Alright, something like that is fine as well. String, which is the name, number, which is an asset ID, that is not correct. No, this isn't useful for me at all in this comment, so that's fine. Alright, and then we're gonna essentially do a very similar thing, so I'm just gonna kind of copy this. Save myself some time. But we have burn. That's run, burn. We have freeze with a Z, ideally. Let's do poison. Oh, I already had poison. We have bleed as well. Generation. Good enough for now. We can add to that later. What else are we gonna need? I think I do have a list of this somewhere too. No. Our status effect type. So that's a type, so I'll go ahead and do that. fill that out. Status effect type. We're going to go ahead and get our status effect ID imported, auto imported for us, and we're going to say export type, status effect. That's fine. And this is going to have an effect ID, which is going to be a status effect ID enum type. And then we're going to have a duration for the status effect, which is a number. We're going to have a potency, which will be a number. Most of these are going to be numbers. Interval, which will be a number. We'll make that optional. By default, that'll be every second. So if it's a status effect, it will tick every second. But we could have something that affects the interval to make it happen twice as fast or maybe happen slower. That's definitely something we could do. We'll just account for that now. The source of the status effect itself, will make that an instance that can be optional as well. We don't necessarily need to include that. And then we're going to have an apply function that is going to take the targets, which will be a model, and an effect, which will be a status effect. Model is a capital M. And then this is going to return nil. Don't think we need to return anything from our apply function, and then we're also going to have a remove function, or method in this case, I guess. It's going to be also target, which will be a model. Spell target correctly. I think we need anything there, and that's definitely not going to return anything that doesn't have to return. I guess we could return a boolean if we really wanted to. I don't know if that matters though. And then we will just return the table. Be able to access this type here. Anything else type wise? I don't think so. Man, I really nursed that. Alright, let's take a look at our damage source type now. Now we have things that we need. We are going to get, let's say, damage type, and status effect type. Grab both of those, Control S to, this should arrange these in alphabetical order. I don't know why it didn't, unless for some reason my settings aren't set up to do that. Actually, that wouldn't be there. That would be my style. Sorry. That would be why. I don't have a stylua. How did I originally set this up? I've forgotten now. Let me see here. I should just pull up my project template for this. Copy that, paste it there. There. Now, if these are out of order, I Control S, it will save them. Okay. Cool. Alright, anyways, alright, so now that we have that, we can actually start doing our damage types. So export type, damage source, sorry, is what this is. This is going to be, it's going to have a name, which will be a string, whether or not it's critical, which will be a boolean, the damage type. It's important. That will be a damage type dot enum, not damage type dot enum type. The instigator is a good one to have. We'll make that an optional, say instance. So that could be a non-model, I guess. We'll kind of figure that out. And then, is that clear? I mean, I guess we'll do optional tagger. Alright, and then the status effect. I thought I spelled it wrong. Effect, and this will be, of course, a status effect type. No, just status effect. Right. This is an actual enum. This is an actual type. I'll figure it out. Alright, I think that's all. That, and just like our other type, we'll just return a blank table. Cool. Alright, I think we're set up now. I think a little harder if there's anything else I need to actually implement. Probably not till we do hitboxes and attack stuff. But as far as just doing the damage system itself, I think we're set up for that. We've got the damage type itself. We have the status effect stuff. We'll actually want to like fill out a status effect system. We'll probably want to do like modifiers as well. Like if they're wearing armor, right? That's an armor modifier that will reduce damage and that kind of stuff. Yeah, for now, that's fine. Alright, so in here now, this is going to be damage source. I'm actually going to clean that up though, and we're going to do it right here. Make a type for damage source. Set it to be damage source type. Dot damage source. And we can just make this a nice clean damage source. Is there anything else we need to do? No, and we're not really returning anything from this either, so that should be good to start now. So let's go ahead and get our characters humanoid. If there's no humanoid for whatever we are trying to apply damage to, we can definitely break out of that. In fact, that's something that our hitbox should already take care of for us, so that would be a developer error if we are not able to get the humanoid here. But we do need to get the humanoid so we can apply damage to it, right? So we're going to use assert here. And I'm going to do our target and find first child class humanoid. And then we'll say no humanoid found in target. Period, not a comma. What's going on here? And we'll do target dot find. And of course, if it does find the humanoid, that's actually going to assign the variable appropriately, so that works out. And then we're going to check if the humanoid is alive, or if the character is alive, the target. Which is mostly going to check if its health is greater than 0, and also if it has a parent. So it doesn't have there's a situation where one of those two things could be true or false. Let's make a little helper function for this. We'll say local function. We'll call it is alive. And this is going to take a humanoid, which is a humanoid, and this is going to return a boolean. And we're going to, do I need to do an if else? No. literally just a boolean. So we're actually just going to return humanoid.parent is not equal to nil, and humanoid.health greater than 0. And that should return that for us. So now we can actually check if is alive the humanoid, then, or do we want to, we'll use this as an escape here. So we'll say if not alive is alive, then we'll go ahead and return. Should probably include our logger in here before we get too much further. Set that up here. Debug, yeah. Lowercase on this one. It's lowercase. What's going on? Oh, it's because I don't have them all in there. And prefix. It is. Wait. Is it capitalized? Yes, it is. Okay. So I was pretty sure it was. And then our prefix is damage system. Trailing comma. Okay. So now let's go do logger.log, and we'll say target was not alive when attempting to apply damage. The logger is actually really cool. It will automatically tell us, of course, which line it's on, but it will tell us the function that it's being called from as well, which is kind of nice. If it's something we needed to warn about, so if it's an not warn, sorry, we would just say true here, and that would automatically turn it into a warning. But in this case, it's not something that we need to warn about. It's just something we need to be aware of. So that works out. All right, what else do we want to do? We need to just apply the damage. This is where we'd probably want to do some sort of modifiers. As a matter of fact, we have critical, so let's do our critical here. So we'll say local critical applied, critically applied, modified amount. Modified damage? No, it'd be modified amount. We're gonna set that to if our source dot critical, then our base amount multiplied by our critical damage multiplier, else just the base amount. Question: how much would it be to hire me to code your Roblox game? A lot. I am not cheap. Hiding my Twitch chat for some reason. I'm also, unfortunately, quite busy and can't always take the time for things, but depending on, like, if you want me to code the whole game, that's a time-consuming process regardless of even the size of the game, unless it's something super, super simple. I typically tell people it depends on how much time you want me to devote to coding your game per week. I don't typically like to do just a flat rate, because with a flat rate, I can't guarantee that I can get it completed in like a very specific amount of time, because I have a 6-month-old baby. I have, especially the new school year is starting, so I have teaching sessions, tutoring sessions and stuff. that pop up kind of out of nowhere and then take more time out of my week. So it's kind of a weird thing where I kind of would prefer to say you can pay me to work on your game a certain amount of time per week, a certain number of hours per week, essentially. And that would kind of work out. A murder mystery game. That sounds kind of interesting, actually. It also really comes down to, like, right now, I don't know that I have time. Because I have to devote time to this game still. Getting back into it. I have a game that I'm working on probably close to half of my week. 25% owner of that, and it makes decent money. It's slowing down, unfortunately, because we need to work on things to get it back up, but that is what it is. We need to launch an update, in other words. But yeah, so it really depends on a lot of different things. So now I think we can just apply the damage. Again, we'll probably want to introduce modifiers at some point too, but we'll go ahead and apply damage here. So we'll say humanoid, take damage with the modified amount. And then I'm going to do fire our damage dealt event here as well, and we can send through the target, the modified amount, and the source. I think our damage source is actually going to be a little different. Let me this would only let us apply one status effect, and we actually want to be able to apply multiple status effects, so it's going to be a table of status effects. So then, after damage is dealt, we can loop through those, so we'll say, well, we don't want to loop through it yet, we actually want to check, yeah, we'll do this, apply status effect, if any, and then we'll say, if source dot status effect that, and loop through it, so we'll say, for each, effect in source dot status effect do, and we will call status effect system here, which I haven't written yet, so that's fine. We can also go ahead and do a table.freeze on this just to make it read only. I think they're doing, well, I don't know. I know that the new type checker, you can mark something as read only. I don't know if it actually like protects it at runtime like table.freeze does though. And I don't think there's any nested tables we're going to be making in here to care about that. Yeah, it's literally just the apply damage and the damage dealt right now. Also, at the end here, we could do something like, I don't know, apply impact either from here or handle applying an impulse maybe to the targets. Humanoid root part on the client via a remote event. That's all just kind of future stuff to think about. we do modifiers? I think we should do modifiers, right? We'll do at least an armor modifier. We'll stick it in here because none of these need to be client accessible. It's supposed to be in there. Let's do. Hold, please. Okay. Just making sure I'm still playing copyright-free music instead of changing songs on me like I did earlier. Let's do an armor modifier. Let's go ahead and get. Did I? Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our damage source type and our damage system. And let's do need to register the modifier itself. This can be outside here. Damage system dot register modifier. Make this a function. We're going to take a function here, actually. Let me, I want to build it out first. I could probably think through it. Let's see. Do I have notes on this at all anywhere? Let's see. Build it out in here though. Let's do we're gonna do another type actually. We'll go and do type modifier function. And we're gonna set this to not a table, it's a function. We're gonna have our target, which is the model. We're gonna have the amount for the modifier, which would be a number, and the source would be a damage source type as well. And we're going to return a number, and this is basically the modified, it's the wrong symbol there, a modified version of that. Let's go ahead and do modifiers, and this will be a table of modifier functions, and we are going to set that just to an empty table for now. It should hold up correctly. Correct. What else? Best viewers on stream. Okay. Sure, bot. Sure. Let's see. Where are we here? So our register modifiers. So we're going to take a function. We'll just say func, and that is a modifier function. And In this case, we're just gonna do table.insert, the modifiers table, and our function. That works. Yeah. I think that works. I'm thirsty and I didn't bring my water in here. I'll be right back. Like, right back. There we go. Water in hand and in body. I missed anything. What's up, chat? What's up, evolution? Welcome. What's it doing? Armor modifier, right? Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and do our damage system dot register modifier, and we're gonna make an anonymous function here that takes our. Actually, is this? Gotta love it. This, I don't think, counts wood. Can I leave that there? I wonder if I can. I might be able to. I don't know. I don't know if there's a point to it. I can also, I guess, blow this up a little bit. I don't need that open at all. So you guys can see a little bit easier. That'd be nice, right? It's so big. That's fine. Alright. You can't see anything because I'm not actually on the screen for it. Who'd have thought? Okay, let's go and set this up. So we're gonna do local armor value is going to be. So we're gonna do an attribute on the character. I think it's probably the best way to do that. So we'll do I'll do get attribute, but curious. Yeah, no, we'll just do that. So we'll say target, get attributes. And we will do armor. I should have probably character attributes as a thing. We'll say or 0 in case there's not. What's up, Freddy? Are you like the actual pizzeria? Because that's pretty impressive. You're not even like one of the animatronics. You're the building itself. Speaking to us through chat. That's kind of cool. Let's see. I think I should probably make an enum for player attributes or character attributes at some point. Instead of just arbitrarily kind of tossing in something, but it'll be fine. All right, so we'll say if our source is our damage source here. In fact, we can clean up our damage. Well, I don't really care. It's a one-time use in this case, anyways. We'll say our source dot damage type. Yeah, we want to verify. So our armor is only going to protect against physical damage. Now you can see why my enums are really useful, right? Imagine this ends up being a much larger list because we expanded out with a bunch of different other damage types. If it is physical. Oh, sorry. And armor value, right? We want to also make sure that armor value is always going to be something because we're setting it to 0. Simple fix. If it's greater than 0, right? Why is that? Weird, my whole tabbing got off by 1 mark there. Anyways, so yeah, if we don't have any armor value, then we're not going to worry about it. The damage isn't physical. We don't have any resistance, any armor modified resistance there. So let's go ahead and just return our amount minus the armor value. It's just kind of a straight amount for now. What's wrong with this? Number unknown cannot be converted to number. Why is it number unknown? I see. So this could be unknown. So we'll do 2 number here. Boom, fixed. Now it is a number, no matter what. All right. And of course we're gonna get yelled at because we are otherwise just not returning amount here. So a non-modified amount. Reduce a flat amount for now. Reduce? No. Reduce. What time is it now? It's like 1:45 in the morning for me. Alright, I think that's everything we need for that. True here. So I'm returning true on this module just because a Boolean value is about as small as any value gets There's an empty string smaller. That's 0 bytes. Does that actually work though? Is that returning a value? I'm not convinced. If I return a space, that's a character, and that's 1 byte. That's still smaller than a Boolean value. Boolean value, unfortunately, still takes up 8 bytes. Just constantly thinking of ways to like micro-optimize for no reason. Just gonna return true. It's fine. Let's see. So we have an armor modifier. It's being registered in here. We need to initialize any modifiers, because we could also do like fire resistance and poison resistance, bleed resistance, like all that kind of stuff. Certain armors or certain items could actually apply those resistances, which could be kind of cool. Should I just work out some more modifiers? Let's do like a fire resistance modifier. Resistance. Yeah, it's resistance. Modifier. This is going to be actually quite similar to our armor modifier, so I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this. Paste that in here. Ever damage source type. I think that works fine. So we're gonna say fire, actually, this way, fire resistance. This will be fire resistance. And again, typo-prone situations. If I make an enum of this and make sure that it's actually correct, in the enum, I only have to do it that one time. Anytime I ever have to type fire resistance for an attribute, get the attribute enum, and I really feel like I should just do that. It's just like one extra thing to do. You don't necessarily want to do right now, so I'm just not going to. We'll consider it later. All right, so now we need to know if this is fire. Hold on, I'll get rid of that. And our fire resistance is greater than 0. Maybe we handled this one a little differently. With resistance, I think we should set that to like a percentage value. That makes more sense to me than doing just a flat rate. So instead of doing we do like 0.25, which would be 25% resistance, right? That would be a lot of resistance, I think, but you know, if we do like 10% fire resistance, then we can really kind of increment some things with like certain armors that have, you know, relatively low fire resistance, or certain armors that are meant for like, you know, practically walking around in lava that maybe provide 100% fire resistance. That could be kind of cool too. So we're gonna go ahead and multiply this by, let's do, we need it to be, hold on, so if our fire resistance is 25%, 0.25, let's say our amount of data, or our amount of damage is 10. We multiply that by 0.25, that's 2.5. We actually need to just subtract that from it. So if we do 10 times 1 minus 0.25, that gives us the 75% of the actual damage that gets dealt of that damage type. So that's what we want to do. All right. So we're going to do 1 minus fire resistance. We'll even say like ergo 0.25 is 25% resistance. I think the rest of that's the same. Yep. Keep this train rolling. Let's make some more. How about poison resistance? Done, right? Oh, not done. Hold on. The only reason that's not auto-completing for me is because I have all this after it. Because if I didn't... Oh. Alright, yeah, I think that's done, just like that. So that's how easy it is to add resistances, which is nice, or modifiers. We could also do... I don't know, like an increase the amount. Yeah, I'm thinking, just trying to think if we can get... apply like elemental properties to weapons or something. Or apply elemental properties like characters deal more fire damage, for example. I just don't know what to call that. If we're going to do anything like that. I don't even know that we're going to do anything like that. So maybe I'll leave it at that. But we can essentially do added damage as well using these modifiers. We would just get, so our source has a... I don't need to be in there actually. So like our source has an instigator, and the instigator is the thing that is applying the damage. So whether that be like the weapon or maybe the attacker in that case. And then we can see if they have an attribute called, I don't know, extra fire damage or whatever, you know. That's why I was trying to think. I can't really think of a name or anything for that sort of thing. But we could essentially do that, and then instead of reducing by a percentage, we would just add by either an amount, a flat amount, or a percentage, however we care to do that. Do I use Rojo? Yes, I'm actually using Rojo right now. It is currently served into here. So all my changes are taking effect. You would like to get started very quickly with using Rojo, or just want to keep an eye out for any public modules that I post. That is an open source project on GitHub. You can show it here. You can actually go to use this template, create a new repository. You can look up to see how to clone a repository into a project, whatever, into VS Code, for example, using Git. You'll have to download Git as well. Basically just going into there, and then this is a full setup, and I'm very into like writing good technical documentation, so all of my readmes that are available should be very clear about how they work. And then again, I am also offering public scripts and functions and things. But this is a full setup, and it includes two really cool things. It includes actual workspace settings to get you set up. I make sure to comment everything as much as I can, so if you want to go in, edit things yourself, you should have an idea of what they actually do. For example, things like I use the editor rulers based on the Roblox Lua style guide, and you'll actually see those here. I even have those in Roblox Studio. This is at 80 columns, this is at 100 columns. Ideally, your comments shouldn't go beyond 80 columns, and your code should, or not by much anyways, and your code shouldn't go beyond 100 columns. Again, not by much, like this is a little over. If I use Stylua and Control S, it's fine with it, so I'm fine with it, which is fine. And then also, like this is the full setup to enable all the different stuff. But another really cool thing is this also has suggested extensions. So if you don't have these extensions installed by default, this will automatically pop up a little window when you clone this over and say, hey, we suggest you install these extensions, including Rojo, Stylua, the Luau language service provider, and Selene, the material icon theme that I use. So all that's going to pop up for you. You can either choose to install or not install, whichever ones you want. But obviously if you install them all, then it works the way that it's intended. And again, the whole setup is already there for you, including actually mapping proper services to the services in Roblox Studio. So you don't have to have like a shared folder or something. I do recommend that you use source folders inside each of those. However, you don't necessarily have to, because we have ignore unknown instances turned on for each of those services. So it should not overwrite anything that's in those services automatically for you. That's just the thing. And then, as I mentioned, so I use this other scripts folder. I even have a readme in here to kind of explain what I use this other scripts folder for. And you'll actually see that even in my project here. I have an other scripts. I don't tend to sync this myself, but I do have it synced into that project there. And this is just for like testing things or comparing things, right? So if I have like two scripts I want to compare against each other, I can select them. I held control down to select them both. I can right click, compare selected, and then I get a side-by-side comparison, or in this case, a line-by-line comparison to view them and the differences between them. But so that's what I use that for. And then public modules, this will be, I will continue to add things. You can see I even just added like last week, and update things as I update them. So again, readmes are quite versatile and verbose, and a lot of things that I'm making end up trying to use the modular framework. So I highly recommend that you do a modular framework. Essentially, you have one server script and one local script in your entire game. The rest of your scripts are all modules. And then the module loader actually loads through them. The server module loader script, this is a server script, basically just calls the module loader. Same thing with the client. Obviously, this one waits for child on it, but otherwise we'll call it. Those are the only things that happen there, and then the module loader handles everything else using a setup and start function. This is really great because it lets you create dependencies and run scripts in an order that you want them to, because sometimes that's a problem. What's up, Subadara? I butchered that, I'm sure. But then if you look at, for example, my logger utility, or better yet, my day-night cycle, this is set up, and I make sure to go in and again leave like robust comments in here because these are meant for education purposes. I'm a teacher, so that's something that I try to make sure to do. But obviously you can use this stuff. But you'll see that this uses the start function, right? And by using that start function, it ties into the module loader, right? Module loader lifecycle start. However, you'll notice in the README for the day-night cycle script, for example, for the usage I have with the module loader, it's going to work out of the box. However, if you do not want to use the module loader, I go through and tell you how to actually start that cycle manually yourself if you want to. This day-night script is actually kind of nice because it's got events for, you can set events for different times. You can create different time events and stuff. So if you want to create NPCs that follow a schedule, or even just something as simple as having streetlights that come on at night and go off during the day, you can tie those into events on a day-night cycle. And this also uses like real-world time that you can set, like the number of minutes that you want a full 24-hour day to do. So what am I making? I am currently I'm writing a damage system for Project 100, a Sword Art Online inspired MMO in Roblox. You're also making a horror game. Always stream when you create it. Working on the map, then you'll create some improvements and publish. Nice. Horror games are a lot of fun and popular, right? Quite popular. What else? So I guess we won't really worry about doing like a positive modifier right now. But I think this is good for the damage system. I don't want to do too much for it because separation of concerns and whatnot, single responsibility principles, all that kind of stuff. So right now, like its whole thing, it's going to apply damage. We do need to actually go through now that we have these modifiers and tell it what to do with the modifiers, right? Because obviously right now we're only doing this modified amount. We need to modify our modified amount, if that makes sense. So we're going to, let's comment this real quick. We're going to run through all the modifiers. I probably don't need that comment, that's all right. We're going to say for each modifier in our modifiers table, do, and this should be a modifier function, right? Yeah, it's going to be the function itself. We are going to set our modified amount to our modifier. We're going to pass in the target. We're going to pass in the modified amount, which is this here. And we're going to pass in the source as well. I think that's pretty much it. And that's going to return to us our actual modified amount. So we apply a critical damage first. And then we go through and, all right, because if they hit a critical hit, if it's just physical damage and it's just base damage, it's just going to double the damage in this case, because we currently hard-coded this into a 2. Again, I might pull that out somewhere else later. We'll see. Do like a critical system. That seems excessive though. We'll see. It also might be something that we pull from the weapon. Maybe certain weapons have higher criticals. Daggers might have higher criticals, right? But they deal less base damage anyways. Things like katanas could have higher criticals. Something like that, right? So we might play around with that at some point. But for now, just hard coding it in there. And then if they've hit a critical, then even as a modified amount, it's going to come off of the critical damage, not the pre-critical damage, because we don't want to reduce the damage and then double it. I guess it would just kind of work out the same, but it is what it is. It just depends if they have any resistances anyways or any modifiers. And again, if we do a positive modifier where we're adding additional damage, like they're dealing additional fire damage, for example, then we want that to have the critical amount applied to it. So that would be ideal there. Otherwise, I think that's pretty much it for now. Again, we'll figure out how we want to tie that in later. What else can we do next? The status effects. Let's make the status effect system. So let's first let's see. I think I can actually just clump all these together here. So add damage system with modifiers and shared types for status effects and damage. Let's see, status effects, damage types, and damage source. Damage source. It's actually weird that I'm doing this using the UI. Here's what I normally do. I don't normally have that side panel open at all. I think I've been using it because of teaching and stuff. Normally I'll come in here. I'll just do git add CRLF will be replaced by LF. Oh, interesting. I guess that's fine. And then git dash a dash m. Yep, like that. And then we can push it. So yeah, it has been a while since I've like actually used git. That's crazy. Use it or lose it. It's all use it or lose it stuff. If you don't use it, it just falls out of practice and you lose it. So is it easier to use the CLI versus the UI? Apples and oranges, I guess. All right, let's close out of that. Let's go ahead and do a new system now then. How I want to do that? I think it is how I want to do that. I feel like there's... Check my notes if I got anything else here. There was something else I needed to do. So these are module scripts, and they're not currently being required. so they'll never get registered. So we'll make a script for that. We'll do init modifiers. What am I doing? Backspace. Happy there. Yeah. Let's do. Let me just do this. No, I do need to actually get the folder. Trying to think like different ways to do this. Script dot parent dot modifiers. Then we will just go ahead and return. If I change my module loader, so I'm using an older version of my module loader in here where I had different words. I was using initialize and initiate instead of setup and start. And I found the two words were too close together and sometimes were confusing on which did which, first of all. And just didn't make as much sense as setup and start, because that's very clear. Setup should run before start, right? You're setting it up first. So I like my new version better. I think I also made it a little more robust with like the login and stuff, but it's version 2 of it, which is available in the that's version 2 is the latest version. That's the one that's available in that template project there that I showed off. So we'll just do initiate, and this is a function, and we are going to do for each module script. And actually, no, they're going to get required by the module. Right? Check that really quick. Let me come here and do. Doing that for some reason. Print modifiers, and then we'll literally just print the modifiers table. Can I do table.concat? Modifiers table, and comma separated is fine, I suppose. I don't know how that's going to work because they're functions. I don't really want to step through and get like the module's name or anything. We'll see if this works. And then I guess over here, I'm just going to do a quick little it's actually going to have to go in here. Probably didn't need to do that. That's alright. In fact, let me let's do require. We'll do script.parent systems.damage system. And I'm going to return a table where I will just say initiate. And this is going to be a function. And we're going to say, so this is Project 100. It was a Sword Art Online inspired MMO. Actually, I see the name of it up here too, but sorry. This is just the dev template, of course, but that is what it is. We're going to just do damage system print modifier. I'll wait like 3 seconds. I don't know if this is all necessary or not, but and we'll just run because this is server side anyways. Attempt to index boolean with initialize. Yeah, see, my logging's not as good either, so man, we really need to replace the module loader with the newer version. Attempt to index boolean with initialize. That's not anything I had, was it? No. Who messed things up? Let's find out. So we're gonna do a little investigating here. Okay, he reverted that, so that should be fine. Temporarily disabled damage number handler. I think I just commented it out, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah, we just commented out the initiate function on that, because that was just causing a problem, so it is what it is. Just did this 4 days ago. I should definitely know what. Oh, that was the main thing. Okay, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Reopen that. Okay, so something else. Yeah, no, there's something else causing this. And it's not going to tell me where unless I do a more robust thing. So, looks like we're doing that now. I think I can still get this to work without having to go through every module that uses it and changing over. Although I should just change over to it anyway. What do we think? I think I'm going to probably go ahead and do it anyways. Hey, Caden, thank you for the subscription. Because I could just come in here and change these around. It should just work. I can actually worry about doing the other stuff later, like converting it over later. course, now it's not going to error because my module loader is so much more robust. It probably handled the error much better. Fantastic. Okay. That's what I like to see, and that's why I updated it. All right, let's do this now and see. Or is it just not working? That's another thing that could be happening. And I can find that out by simply coming over here and turning on our debug. Okay, now it's running. Do we have our initiate for our test module? No. Why? Sorry, not that test. This test. And source, it should definitely be working. Let's remove the yield here and see what happens. I don't have any promises in place, so it could also be a asynchronous issue or a synchronous issue. Fascinating. Why are we not calling this one? Misspelled. No, it's not. No. As dev yourself, use VS Code. You'd like to use that for Studio. Easy setup. Well, let me tell you. Yes, it is an easy setup, and like I tell most people, once you set it up once, you don't have to set it up ever again. You can just create a template, like I did, and in fact, that is what I have here. This is literally everything you need to get started. There's a README in here. I don't necessarily talk about how to like really use it, but you can go to use this template, create a new repository, you get your own GitHub repository for it, or you can just come straight in here and clone it. You know, you'll have to use Git and all that kind of stuff. So, if only had something to print logs. You mean like a logger? Yeah, that would be additional things I could do, I suppose. Source.utility.logger logger new debug Let me clean this up a little bit by turning debug off of the module loader as well. scroll down too far. This is where, like, there's too many comments in here. I would never write it with this many comments if it wasn't for, like, education purposes, but yeah. Alright, now let's try it. Yeah, so it's not running. Hey, what? Let's try this a different way. I'm going to kind of cheat my own system. You'll see that there's other server scripts in there because people didn't listen when they were supposed to. Alright, so now we're just going to 3 seconds ought to be enough, and then we'll just follow it and we'll see what happens. Cool, invalid function at index 1. Cat. Yeah, I think concat can't actually work for that. That was another thing I was curious about. So let's see. Let's just print. I think the print function's very robust, and I think it might actually just print the table. I just don't know because it's the table of functions. Like if this is even gonna work. But that actually might tell me that that is working the way that I want it to. Yeah, it does. Nice. Okay. I don't need, the whole thing was like, I needed to know if I needed to initialize those modifier modules. Here, let me just discard that. We're definitely gonna add that. Do we upload a new template place file for every master branch? So we have a stable branch. That's the live code of the game. We have a stable place, or well, we have our place. That's the main game's initial place. And that is also representative of our live version of the game. We haven't launched the game fully, so, but it will be. And then we have a second place that is basically devoted for the next update. And that is, as far as with our code, the same as our master branch. And then whenever we have developers working on things, each developer has their own copy of the dev template. If the dev template gets updated, they have to update their dev template. The dev template gets updated whenever somebody completes a feature and pushes things, and we merge into master, and then they also have to rebase in a master. It sounds like a lot. It's really not, though. It doesn't happen as frequently as you might think. Typically, features don't tend to touch other features as much. And also, when it comes to the dev template, we're typically like just adding new assets, and assets don't really have a lot of like overwriting situations like merging code would necessarily. And the merging code is handled all through GitHub, so that's not really an issue. So yeah, so each basically whenever we have a stable version of the master or the next update place and we've tested it and it works, then we can just save that as, save to Roblox as, and overwrite our stable place, and then we publish our stable place with the new update. And then the original next update place remains as the next update place, but now it's going to be for the next update, right? So that's just kind of how that works out. It just kind of trains off that way. Let's do this status effect system that we're working on. Right? Yeah. Now that I know that I don't need other certain things, we can close that as well. I also had updated my logger though. And it's mostly just to support printing tables because my logger originally did not support printing tables. Let's update that too. This is also going to be full of comments, but that's all right. Yeah. And I'll continue to add additional, what do you call them? Additional modules to that as well as time goes on and I find additional things to add to it. All right, so how long have I worked on the game? I technically started late last year. I think it was like November or something. They scrapped any code that they had from the game and essentially hit the full reset button on it. So I wrote like entire systems from scratch. It's a very systemic game, so like there's systems in place and then the game just works because when you write a systemic system, doing a thing should just automatically like work. If it should tie into something that it should tie into logically, it typically does. Although I had a baby, or my wife had a baby, technically. My wife and I had a baby, however you want to think of that, in February, so I took some time away from the game for a little while, and we had somebody come in and like mess a bunch of stuff up, cause a bunch of technical debt that we're still working on. It's a big factor of actually getting like the next update out or getting the next testing going and stuff. Alright, so we have that updated. Let's go back into, alright, so I don't even have, this is status effect system.low. Strict mode. Let's get our logger first of all. So we're gonna use that. Too many G's. Logger.new. Let's say debug is false by default here, and we'll do our prefix. It's going to be status effect system. I could have. No, I wanted to keep it custom. I was gonna say I could have tried to get this to get the script's name. All right, just do script.name. Which is probably easier anyway. I might start doing that. I don't know. It is what it is. What else? Keep clicking off. Keeps hiding my Twitch chat. Not that there's like anybody watching on Twitch, but it is what it is. What else we got here? Our status effect system. We got our. We just made things for this. In our Shared type, status effect type, and our status effect ID, right? Yeah. I want to get those two. Since they're going to be types, we'll put them here. We'll go ahead and do type status effects. Yeah, we'll just do that one, and then that's going to be our status effect type dot status effect. Fairly certain I'm going to need to get that eventually as well. So sort those by alphabetical order, and then get this out of the way because it's gross. I don't want to look at it. What else we got? Some module I guess we can also just do. I wish that I had saved. I have snippets created for VS Code on my laptop to like automatically create some of this stuff, and I wish I would have copied those over. That is what it is. Status effect system. We're gonna need to actually make a folder for like status effects as well. Let's actually do status effects. That's probably fine. So let's get that up here as a matter of fact. Local. Let's try all of that again. Local effects folder. I should be more explicit about what I'm doing here. Status effects folder is script.parent. Status effects. Done. How often do I talk with other developers about design? All the time. I teach coding and I teach game development and game design, and I actually tutor Roblox design and scripting, so it's a constant conversation that I'm having is how to do stuff. What just happened to my YouTube counter? There it goes. What a weird refresh. For this project, yeah, it's I mean, you saw the onboarding guide, right? A lot of that design structure, the architecture is in there. But as far as like actual, hey, what are we doing for damage, or what are we doing for different effects, that kind of stuff, being the lead developer, the lead scripter on it, I have to toss a lot of that stuff around. I'm also the UI designer, so like this was a fully reworked UI system that we did. I actually want to move this because it kind of gets in the way with the other Roblox stuff, like the chat window and stuff. I was thinking of making like a separate chat window and having it down here, but or somewhere, but it kind of is what it is. We have our own custom hotbar, so we have the backpack disabled and stuff. But yeah, it's oh, it's also supposed to not have that. And then we have it, I have it so if we're in studio, we have dev test controls, so we can do different test controls and stuff. You can show your keybinds or hide them however you want. And then obviously we've got that, and then there's still some older UI that I would like to rework, like we have our actual menu system, which I need to preload a lot of stuff, but ideally menu system pops up in there. And you can see there's something over the top of this that's not supposed to be there. As you can see, it's supposed to basically just highlight when you hover over things, it gives you the details about them and stuff. And then our equip menu, I'm pretty proud of this. It's kind of nice. Let's do, again, need to preload things, but we don't have that set up. So we do things like the wolf set, little legs. It also loads everything and then filters them every time, which is annoying. Set. And then I can equip a weapon. Let's do like the berserk sword. And cool thing is, it then shows you your weapon. It gives a background for the rarity of it. It also gives you a specific icon for the type of weapon it is. And we have broken controls apparently. I can't equip this. Can I not draw my weapon? That's interesting. Why can I not draw my weapon? Also, I did this change to the, I think it was in the, what did I change? Yeah, I made a change to the player module, I think. Maybe it was the animate, I don't know, it was one of them I made a change to so that the shift lock is smooth, and then of course changes the icon. Alright. Instead of it being just snappy, so that was kind of fun too. Yeah, why can't I equip a weapon? That's very strange. Unless we change the keybind for this. It's not even showing that keybind. I might not have that keybind as a shown keybind there. That's something should be contextual for sure. I have health here. I think I can damage my character. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, we've got effects, and then obviously it changes down and stuff. I can't charge my SP right now because I can't draw my weapon. You can't charge SP if you can't draw a weapon, so that's strange. This NPC is just for pathfinding. This NPC is for just weapon and armor tests, just to place weapon and armor on. This actual block here is for getting the these are viewport GUIs, so it's getting the viewport right to view the different weapons and stuff. Is it just that weapon? No, it's just not letting me do that at all. Do we have a level of effects? I'm gonna say no. That looks very placeholder. And then these NPCs do actually, like, we can talk to some of these guys. I don't remember which one we can actually talk to and say something. Yeah, so we've got like quests and stuff, but it is what it is. A lot of it's still placeholder because it's just not cleaned up and finished yet. So, can I move the chat location? Yeah, so I can disable the chat, the Roblox chat, and create a custom chat, which is what I would do to fit it into our UI, which is what you typically want to do with an MMO. So that's what I would end up doing with it. Alternatively, I was thinking of moving this and having the chat up there in that corner anyways. And I could probably move this like maybe down here in the center. I want to, I don't know, because I kind of like having this whole central area here open for like notifications and different things as you're moving into new zones, having a new zone pop up, right, up here, or having like alerts and stuff. Although we do have, there is an actual alert that I made in the style of SAO. I'm trying to think how I can call it. Just call alert and it will do the thing, right? And give it a message. And a title. Okay. So I can come over here. We can do it from our test maybe. This is like just for the developer control stuff. We'll just do alerts. So, GUI. What is the parent of this? The controllers? What is up? Welcome. And we're going to just say this is alert. Alerts. And then I don't actually need to test anything else in there, but see that it pops open this alert. Easy stuff. You didn't really get to see it because the loading screen was loading out as well, and I can't apparently preload this one either. But kind of nice. It has little sound effects and stuff too. So I like doing UI stuff. It's like my favorite thing. Actually, gonna leave that in there. We'll just not use it. Actually, that won't matter because it's not in the actual the thing here. I don't have a lot of errors in here. I should actually just import the promise module, but it is what it is. All right. Anyways, we were doing a lot of other things that are not that. I don't even remember why I was going about that. All right. So we want to do a similar thing. We're actually going to make a couple bindable events in here as well, like we did in our damage system. So status effect system. It's not. That's because I'm doing local. That's why. Status effect system. We will call this effect applied. That's going to be instance.new. It's going to be a bindable event. Let's copy this, paste it, and this is effect remove. And then we can subscribe to those and call into those as we need to. You ask this in a lot of Discord servers and no one really gives me a good answer. How do games on Roblox replicate sound from client to all players? Changing the pitch of a moving car sound is also something bothering me. So there's a video I saw recently that somebody did talking about, because there's an extra thing in Tween service that a lot of people don't know about, and he went over that, and I thought that was pretty cool, so I'll talk about that in a second. But the replicating a sound to all players, so what you would want to do, you don't want to play the sound from the server typically. It's not usually something the server is great at handling. But what you can do is basically fire an event from the server to all clients, and then when the clients get that event, they play the sound, right? So you can tell just on the client, just subscribe to that event and say on client event play sound, right? And then that would do that. So I used that for an older game that I worked, the very first game in Roblox that I worked on a couple years ago now, 2.5 years ago at this point, that was a notification. Like if I did a server-wide notification, it would actually play a sound across everything. So, hello, that one idiot. This is a Sword Art inspired MMO. For Sword Art Online inspired MMO on Roblox. As far as the moving, like the revving car sound, it is, you know what, it might have actually been, let me pull up YouTube real quick. It might have actually been Roblox Learn. If you are not subscribed or using Roblox Learn, you should. It's actually really, they've been really knocking it out of the park. It's hilarious. Like, so I just pulled it up and like it's in my, this is the exact video 4 days ago here from Roblox Learn. How to use Smooth Damp for smooth UX. And he goes over specifically, let me do this real quick here, right here, specifically an engine example, where he talks about, as you are revving the engine up. I'll play this real quick, hold on. Turn the sound up a little bit.
Now let's see what happens when we run this code.
Just changing the pitch. It sounds like exactly what you were looking for. So I highly recommend going to check that video out in that case. Yeah, it's so funny that you asked that. I'm like, I literally just watched a video on that the other day. So that's really quite ironic. All right, what am I doing? We've got our bindable events, so now we need to, we're gonna do something similar. You're welcome. We're going to create a table for our registered effects. Again, will be, even though it's a little more typing here, we only have to type it once. Registered effects, this is going to be a table of, we're going to index with the status effect ID. It's going to be an enum type, so it's going to be whatever the actual ID is. And then this is going to be a status effect itself. Type we just made there. Yeah. Yeah, it's been doing a lot of Roblox Learn stuff like that. Like I said, that channel's been knocking out of the park lately. Like, I've been really slacking on doing my object-oriented programming video or any of my advanced Roblox tutorial videos on YouTube. 3 reasons now. 1, I haven't had the time. 2, there's been a recent change where I'm actually developing a course, and it's a paid course that I want to release, and I don't want to necessarily step on the toes of myself there. So what I'll end up doing, instead of doing just straight like whatever I was going to do for my course, which is what I was planning on doing, I'm just going to end up doing more specific tutorials and going over different things. I'm also going to be doing code reviews. I have a 1 code review submitted to me already in my Discord, and I need to actually go over that at some point in a video. I'll probably do that tomorrow, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. And then the third reason is that honestly, like, Roblox Learn has stepped up their game enough. They have an OOP video, if you are curious about OOP and how it works. That's a really great place to start. They go over it almost verbatim how I had written my script to cover OOP. There's some differences here and there. In fact, I can pull up Notion here. So this is what I have for my course so far, but like for my OOP and stuff, like this is a whole setup that I have here. Basically, I walk you through rebuilding the vector2 object, or the vector2 class, I should say, using object-oriented programming to kind of figure that out. It just kind of talks about a lot of different stuff, and then I go through some different stuff, and then I have like actual practical challenges and stuff. So if you're interested in the course, join the Discord. I will definitely be announcing when that goes live. Also, I do also offer tutoring, and my Discord members get a discount on that versus if you were to get it through, currently I'm tutoring through outschool.com, for example, which I think you have to be US based for that. I'm not sure. I know that you have to be under 18 for that, but otherwise, if you're a member of my Discord though, I can actually get you a discount because Outschool takes a cut. And then I'm also going to offer it probably on Coursera as well. Anyways, setting that to an empty table, we are going to do our status effect system. Need to register our effect module. So we're going to do a similar thing like we did with the modifiers. We're going to have different status effects in our effects folder. But in this case, I'm going to basically take a module, and this is a module script. And then we're going to wrap this in a P call. We're registering the whole effect itself. In this case. Again, now, do I need to do this? This is how I would normally handle this, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Let me think on that a moment. Screw it, we'll do it. It's not really gonna matter anyways because we need to put it in there. So we're gonna wrap it in a P call because ideally what you should do in this sort of situation is the effect module, which is a status effect itself is what this should return, or an error message, of course. We'll set that to P call as a protected call. We're just wrapping our require function, passing in the module as the argument there. Pretty simple. And then we'll do if success, then no, hold on. If success, and we want to check if the effect module dot effect ID. And that it has the apply as well. So we want to make sure that it has those values in there. If it doesn't, then it's technically a malformed version of the module. So that just kind of will catch that error so that we're protecting ourselves again from like a developer error. Oh man, my foot is killing me. I broke my toe like 3 days ago, and then had to pack a car up with a 6-month-old and my wife. We were away from home, and I had to drive home, which is over an hour drive. And I've had to walk around and do all sorts of stuff. since then as well. Go to the store and walk around the store. And I don't have like a special boot or anything for it, which sucks. And then on Thursday, tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow, packing up again, and we are heading out on the road for a 6-hour drive. And then we'll stay there for a few days. We're basically taking our son to see his grandparents, more so the grandparents to see our son. He's only 6 months old, so he's not gonna remember at this point anyways. And then we're gonna stay there for a few days, and then we're driving like 14 hours. So we're gonna stop at a hotel and then make the second half of the trip the next day to see more grandparents, and then make the 14-hour trip back home a week after that. And I'm doing all that with a broken toe now, so good timing, right? Fantastic timing. It has nothing to do with coding. I'll just get back to it. No, that's not what you're here for. We need our registered status effects. We're going to index on the ID. We'll do that. The effect module dot effect ID. And then we'll set that to the effect module itself. Let's go ahead and log this. We'll say logger.log, and we're going to say success. PCs successfully registered effect module, and we'll use module.name with ID effect module. Something's wrong here. Oh, let's see. I thought that it automatically entered that. It did not. With ID effect module dot effect ID, and this should actually be wrapped in single quotes for us here. Make it nice and pretty for us. We'll put a period on the end as well. Why not? All right. So that's if success and all of that. We can also do else if success. Right. So this is now if it doesn't have the effect ID or the apply function within it, right? Then this is a malformed module. It could still successfully require the module, but it's not correct. So we'll actually say require succeeded, but the module was malformed. And then we will just do a logger.log. And this one's going to be fail to register effect from module. Later it gets for me, the harder it comes to type. Module.name. And we'll say missing effect ID or apply function. And this is a warning, as it says there, is a warning, so we're going to say true. And that will print that out, obviously, as a warning. Alright, and then obviously, if not success, so we're going to say else. I'm gonna have to back this off, guys. It's too big for me. It's too large. That's what she said. We're going to do, so you can see, obviously, we're not adding it to our registered status effects, right? We'll do the same thing in either of these. So I'm just gonna copy most of this. Failed to register effects. No. Because this is now if it failed to require. Fail to require effect module of the module.name, and then we're going to, it's still going to be true. We're going to do toString, you never know. And we're going to do the effect module, which should be the error itself, the error message, right? Comes from our P call. So there's that robust little helper code there. Let's do load effects. Sorry, just bumped my mic. For load effects, we're going to essentially call our register effects function. I'm going to leave this as a shared function in case we want to call this directly, but otherwise this is going to be now, go ahead and do a logger. Always good to do this, right? Again, these are debug messages, so this is only going to pop up if debug is true, but this can be really useful. So we're going to say loading all status effect modules from status effect folder. Okay, and then we're gonna go and do say effect modules. It's going to be our status effect folder. Get children. So, and then we can say for each. They're all going to be module scripts. Module scripts. Stop correcting me. In our effect modules. And we'll call our status effect system dot register effect modules with the module script. So that's not entirely safe. If module script is a module script. Yep, typing's getting bad. Then we'll do that. There we go. That's wrapped a little safer now. And then we can go ahead and log that we have completed it. We will say finished loading toString, length of our effect modules, potential status effect modules. Cool. All right. I think we're almost done with this one. Let's do, so we need to apply an effect and we need to remove an effect. I think are kind of the only two things that we need to worry about that are going to be kind of the meat of our script here, our module. So let's do function status effect system dot apply effect, and we are going to take a target, which will be a model, and an effect, which will be status effect. Keep doing this lately. Return values. No, return values from that. Fine. Let's go and do our log here and let us know that we are, if we're in debug mode, of course, applying effect. Effect ID to let's make sure we're actually also keep doing that, don't I? To target dot name, and we'll include with params. And we'll do, this is now part of my new logger version where I can serialize a table. So our params here is the effect itself. And that will give us all the different stuff from a status effect. Clean up there from stylo, that works. Alright, so now we are applying it, so let's actually do it. We're gonna get the status effect by getting our registered status effects and indexing the effect.effect ID. That will get the actual effect itself. We'll do local say is applied or an error, and we're going to wrap that in a p call because we don't want to crash our script if it happens to fail for like one person or whatever, right? So we're gonna do just a function here, status effect dot apply, and that's going to pass the target and the effect, which automatically fit there because we use the right names. It's always nice, right? So now we can say if not is applied, then we're going to do a logger warning here, and we'll say fail to apply status effect. Effect ID on, I'm just going to copy this. Target name, and we will include the error. Get the true to know that it's a warning. Else, we can also do a logger.log and say successfully applied status effect.effect ID. Again, I'm just gonna prevent any typos here to the target. If I don't already have any typos. I haven't really like caught anything that I haven't caught, but if anybody sees anything, you can call it out. And then we are, of course, going to do our status effect system effect applied. That's what we call it. That is our bindable event. We're going to go ahead and fire that, and we're going to pass the effect.effect ID. I don't think we need to pass anything else into that. And we can use that to trigger a remote event, for example, to have like the player have a particle effect or something, right? Trigger on them. All right, and then we're gonna do status effect system dot remove effect. It's not a dot. This will also take a target, which is a model. And the effect ID, which is going to be not just a string, but a status effect ID dot enum type. Return value. I don't think we need to do any return values for that. All right, let's go ahead and do similar sort of thing here. So we're gonna do, let's get the effect module. We'll say register status effects index effect ID, and we'll say if not effects module, then we'll go ahead and log. Logger.log, too many G's, not a period, not log, and we'll say attempted to, not enough T's, attempted to remove status effect ID from target.name. Let's see, but it is not registered. How about it is not a registered effect? And that might break into, yeah, I was gonna say that might break into a multiple line one, that's fine. And then we're gonna return, obviously we don't need to continue our functions if that's not the case. Let's do another one as well. If not, the effect module, which we now know should be a thing. But if it doesn't have the remove function, then again, it's going to kind of be a thing here. Just return there. We are going to do attempt to remove effect, blah, 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 blah. We're going to do, but the effect module has no remove function. Super clear about our stuff here. What's wrong with this? Multi-line statement spans multiple lines. There's something that we're missing somewhere. Open parenthesis, close parenthesis. This, we've got our comma. Not effect. Blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Must have just been the way it was formatted. That's super strange. Alright. Anyways, what else we're doing? Alright, so now I think we can get into it essentially here. So we'll go ahead and log this as well that we're starting this. We'll say removing status effect ID from target.name. And we will do local is removed, similar to like we did before is applied. This is removed. And error message is a pcall function. Effect module. Why are you not in there? That's weird. Dot remove. And fill in the target. And then scroll down a little bit here. Let's do so. If not is removed, then logger.log. That it does that sometimes. Logger.log. And we're gonna do L2 remove status effect. I'm gonna actually copy this. So it's very, very similar. But we don't need the effect. We have that. That is all correct there. Else, we are going to also do this, but successfully removed status effect ID from there we go. That should work for that. Oh, and we need to find fire our bindable event as well. So our status effect system dot effect remove fire with the just the effect ID. Okay. Need to call this from the start, so we're gonna do function status effect system dot initialize. Actually, we're gonna do this. Are we requiring anything that's going to cause a problem with that? No. So initialize, which would be set up in the new setup of my module loader, but we're doing this for now. And we are just going to call our status effect system dot load effects. Boom. All right, so there's the status effect system itself written out. We need to actually create some effects. Let's see if I have any notes for any effects that we are adding. Obviously, like bleed, burn, poison. Slow is gonna be another one. Let's start with bleed. Bleed's pretty straightforward. So this is where you could create classes using OOP to make all of your effects inherit from a base class. However, I'm going to use composition here because I think each effect should get its own script, should get its own module, because each effect could be completely customizable and completely different from one another in many ways. Obviously, they'll all have an apply and a remove and an effect ID, all that kind of stuff. But the way they're actually handled within the module themselves, that's kind of where the meat of that's going to go. So let's go ahead and add, we'll just call it bleed.luau. I need to call it bleed effect. I don't think I do. So let's do strict mode, and then obviously this is a module script, so again, we don't want this changing at runtime. Freeze our table. I don't think it's going to have any nested tables, so that should be fine. Alright, so what do we need to do? We need to get a few things. In this case, we want to get the damage source. So I'm going to say type damage source. And this is going to be our damage source type dot damage source. And then also our status effect type. So that one, it's not that one. It's that one. There we go. Okay, and then don't know what else we need. So we're gonna immediately go bleed dot effect ID. Also, I think I should be able to cast this table value into a status effect. And then if we do bleed and we hit dot, now we have all of our access to our type here. This is called Project 100. It is a work in progress for a Sword Art Online inspired MMORPG. Phone's gonna die. Let's plug that in. So we are going to do the effect ID is bleed. Right? No, we don't want to do it that way. Status effect ID dot bleed. Then we have our enum here, so again, helps avoid typos and stuff. Bleed's not going to get typoed very often, but still. I'll show you the game. I can show you a slight demo of it that isn't necessarily working correctly for whatever reason. Like you can't equip weapons and do stuff for some reason. Or you can equip weapons, but you can't actually like attack with them for some reason. I don't know why. Also, the UI is not laid out exactly the way it should. Do we want to equip the leather torso? I don't know. I think this is the cooler armor anyways. We can of course mix and match if we want to as well. It's supposed to change the clothing, but apparently is not a thing. We also have, oh, I took away the cloak. Okay, there was supposed to be a thing there too. Let's do, what weapon do you want to ink game? I replicated its movement. This was before ink game actually launched that we started this, so just common things happening at the same time essentially. Let's do the Ripper sword's a two-handed sword. We can also do obviously big ol' axe here. Dagger, we've got a rapier. Rebel's blade is just a regular sword. I can see if this will let me actually. Yeah, it's not letting me equip. So hold on, let me do something because I can just switch branches real quick to maybe this one. And that's actually going to change like the whole way that this works, I believe. Or it should anyways. Yeah, okay. Wow, these attacks are janky right now. There's something going on with them. Yeah, we need to preload animations and things anyways. I don't think any of these guys have health set up on them. we're actually working on kind of redoing this anyways, which is literally what I'm working on right now. Interesting. But now I can kind of show you like the smaller weapons, bigger weapons and stuff. Blocks, you have parries and stuff as well. You can see these things here. We should have skills and things too, but I don't think they're in place yet. I also don't remember. It was F, so we can charge our SP up. Which charges the weapon, and then you would fire a skill off. I don't have that hooked up right now though. Show you one of the bigger swords here. I like the Ripper sword. The Berserk sword's kind of cool too. Steel Grip sword. We'll do the Ripper sword. They used to have like the walk animation per weapon too. They removed it for whatever reason. Yeah, we need to preload these animations for sure. That is also way faster than that's supposed to be. Two-handed weapons are supposed to be quite a bit slower. That one's still kind of slow. I think I turned off health for these guys for some reason. Because they didn't need it, I guess. I don't know. They also want to do away with even having the weapon on your back and reaching back and grabbing it and stuff. Those are placeholder animations I did like a long time ago just to make that work. Minimize that. And we can do things like, I know the... Like I can toggle the HUD, which, you know, apparently I missed that, but, and then if these are test things, these are only going to be available to us as developers. The level up is all placeholder, apparently. But like if you look at the health bar at the top there, I can also like damage myself. And then when I level up, I heal. Which of course all shows in the menu here as well. Hovering over things shows things. I still don't understand why the text is supposed to be on top. I don't know where this box has come from. I'll have to fix that. But like it even tells you like contextual controls over there on the right. Right, if I want to unequip, I can right click. If I have a weapon in there and I select it, it just selects that. Like I can just select it, which, you know, gives me information on the item as well. If I click it when I have it selected, it then opens up the whole thing here. I can select the items here and they'll give the information on the item as well. So that's kind of nice, but you can also search. I used to have a filter option in here. This is kind of cool because like I can start, oh, apparently not. Fascinating. There's like so many errors. This is an old, like, incomplete copy of the code anyways, but shows you the power of Git branching as well. Like, how cool is it that I can just completely switch branches and have things either work or not work, right? People say that using GitHub is for teams only. No, it's super useful even as a solo dev. Do that. Thank you for the follow, Jordan. Alright, so now that I am sufficiently distracted, add OP weapon from Minecraft story mode, aka Command Book Diamond Axe. So I'm distracted. I'm not in charge of content. I am in charge of making things work. Making them work well, optimized, all that. Hello, Fraser. I am doing well. How are you doing? Let's get some defaults. That's what we'll do. Make these constants. So we'll do local default, because we have a duration. So in case the duration doesn't get passed through, we'll say it lasts 5 seconds. And we can customize these per status effect. We'll say for bleed it'll last 5 seconds. Let's do default potency. This is how much damage per tick that this will do. We'll set that to 4. These are all just kind of placeholder numbers at the moment. That's fine. We'll say default the interval. So this is an actual optional value anyways. By default, it ticks once per second. I'm making a status effect for my status effect system for the damage of system that I just made earlier in my stream here. So, but yeah, it's a bleed status effect specifically. And then we're going to use attributes on the character, and I would much prefer to make this a constant as well. So we'll say attribute name, and this is going to be status, and then we'll do status effect ID dot bleed. So it will be status bleed is what that will come out to. Alright, I think that's fine for some defaults. Let's keep track of the active effects. The active bleed effects. Basically, if we want to stack things, right? So if we have bleed applied and we hit them with bleed again, do we want it to stack? How do we want to handle that? I would think for bleed, we'd probably just increase the duration. We'll see. We'll see how we want to do that. But we'll go ahead and store this in a table. We'll say active effects. It might not be like correct, but that's fine. We're going to build this out as a type. We're going to have model is the index, and the value will be, first of all, a connection, which is an RVX script connection, or nil. We'll have an end time. Why did that not indent properly? Which will be a number. We'll have a potency that we can keep track of. That will be a number, so if we want to increase the potency and stack the potency, we can do that. If we want to adjust the interval, we can do that as well. So we'll check what the current interval is. I think that's all we need. Trailing comma. And then we'll just set that to an empty table for now. So I don't need to put duration in there because we have the end time, and we're just going to check if not at the end time. Then we're going to just add the duration to whatever the duration currently is. Whereas we might do something a little extra funky with the potency and intervals, so keep those. Where's my mouse? There it is. Alright, so let's build out our apply function for our status effect. That's kind of the main thing anyways, right? So we're going to do function bleed dot apply. Lowercase? Yes, it's lowercase. And this is going to take a target, which is a model. We're going to take effect. Status effect. So remember, that's going to mirror what we have in our apply effect here. Right. Apply. And we don't need to return anything. No. So we're going to get our humanoid. Let's say humanoid, and we're going to, this is another thing that the hitbox should have already gotten the humanoid for us. We'll do the hitbox as well before I get off. So we'll just do an assert here. And assert will, if it finds the instance, will return the instance to wherever it's being called. In our case, store it in the variable there. So we'll say target get find first child of class humanoid. And if we don't find that, we will say no humanoid found in model target dot name. And that will of course crash our script as an error, and that's what we want to have happen if we're not finding that, because that means something else failed. Typically our hitbox, which will be handling a lot of that stuff anyway. So let's go ahead and let's get now. That's going to be OS clock, right? Yeah. Helps if we set that. Right, is it OS clock? Elapsed time in seconds is arbitrary baseline, the sub microseconds. Yes, okay. Because OS time is like the epoch time. We don't need that sort of precision. We're gonna do, we'll say new duration, and this is going to be our effect dot duration or default duration. And we'll say new potency. I've been up all night, guys. It's 3:43 in the morning for me, so my typing is not going to be good. This is going to be our effect potency or our default potency, and guess what? New interval. Effect interval or default interval. Also, my broken toe is not really helping me remain comfortable, so let's do, I don't know what to name this. If we have an existing effect, an existing bleed effect on our target, existing effect. Sure. We will call this active effects index the target, because that's what we are. Let's try that a little bit better there, keyboard. Because that's how we set this up, right? What else? So we want to know if we have an existing effect. Then we're going to, this is how we can now handle how we want to handle stacking, if we want to handle stacking. In our case for bleed, I think handling stacking is pretty good. Comment this for anybody that's looking. Extend duration, update potency, if higher, and interval if lower. I like this idea. So we can actually just really full on stack this. If we get hit with a different bleed effect that has a higher potency, we want to adopt that higher potency. If it has a lower interval, so it ticks more frequently, we want to adopt the lower interval. If it has both, it will actually do both. In either case, we are extending the duration for the new hit, essentially. We might not want to do that, but we'll see. It's going to be one of those balanced things that we can come in here and mess around with if it becomes kind of too OP. You know, maybe we just apply smaller numbers, or we can make bleed resistance, which was another modifier that we made earlier. We can make bleed resistance more common to kind of help negate some of that as well. There's lots of different levers to pull on that if we have to, but we want to get the maximum value of our existing effect dot end time, and now plus our new duration. So whatever the new duration is that's being passed in there. What's wrong? Type number cannot be converted into connection. What? Totally optional. So that's a number. That's a number. That's a number. Math.max is a number. Takes a number. Returns a number. I'm a fool. Was it end time? Again, it's been a long night. All right, existing effect.end time. So we're not going to make that issue again here. So we'll now do potency, and we'll do the same thing here. Math.max, and this is going to be the existing effect.potency, and our new potency. And then we'll do existing effect dot interval as math.max, not math.max, of our existing effect dot interval. And oh no, this one wants to be min, right? We want to take the smaller value of these two and new interval. There we go. And then we're going to return, because we've already applied the effect. We're just stacking it now, because they've been hit with the effect again. If they... Mute myself. Hopefully I didn't wake up a baby. If they don't have an effect on them, then we can actually go through, like, actually applying the effect for the first time. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to mark the effect as active via an attribute. So let's do target, set attribute, and this is our attribute name. Boom. So now that can also be listened to, subscribed to, as the attribute, get attribute changed. And then we can use that to apply particle effects, like an actual bleeding particle effect if we want to, so that's kind of useful. We're going to set our active okay, I think that's a cat meowing. It's like, I think a baby woke up, but no. All right. index our target, right? And we are going to set this equal to, and we'll get all of our stuff here. So we have end time is going to be now plus our new duration, which is just either the default duration or the duration it is. Our potency is going to be our new potency. Our interval is our new interval. And in this case, we're just going to have our connection be no. And then we are going to build out our data source that we need, because this is going to be a source of, not data, damage, or this is going to be a source of damage to our character, so we're going to actually want to rack that up, because if we call our damage system apply damage, it's going to require the damage source itself, so we need to kind of build that out here. So we're going to say damage source. This is going to be a damage source. I already got that type, yes. Yes. And then this is going to be, there's name, and we will call this, we'll actually use our status effect ID dot bleed, so we make sure we got that accurate. We want, if this is a critical, it's going to be false by default. The damage type, quite simply, is going to be damage type dot bleed, and then what else was there? Former is missing the field status effect. Is that what it is? I think we want to do the instigator. Yeah, there it is. Instigator, which was an optional effect there. And we'll set this to the effect.source or nil. So this is really cool because we can actually set the give me just a second. There's a cat like really being loud, and I don't want her to wake the baby up. I'll be right back. I gotta do this. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, so this is cool because this will actually pass through that the damage source isn't necessarily coming from the effect itself. It's coming from whoever hit you with that effect. So that can be used for tracking things as well, which is nice. I'm pretty sure that status effect is supposed to be optional. There we are. Yeah. That's the wrong button entirely. So now, yeah, there we go. Okay, that fixed that. Alright, now what else? My broken toes, really. Okay. So now we want to do the actual tick. We want to do the loop. We're gonna wrap this in test.spawn. So create its own thread here. We're gonna do just an anonymous function, lambda function, if you will. And let's see, I'm gonna restart this song because it's about to flip over to something else. Actually, let me change the music here. What do we got? Sure, let's do that. Start that over too. Okay. Anyways, we are doing while os.clock is less than our active effects index targets dot end time, then do. All right, so first thing, we want to check if the target's even still valid. So we'll say if not target, and we'll say is descendant of game. Just want to make sure they're alive, right? Because if they die from the damage, then we want to break this loop as well. So we'll say humanoid.health is greater than 0, or sorry, if it's less than or equal to 0, then we want to break the loop. So if they're not a descendant of game, so if they've left the game, for example, then we're going to do that. We'll have to figure out, I'm thinking of this now, if a player has like a status effect on them that's actively dealing damage over time, if they just leave the game and come back to continue to apply that, because it's a permadeath game that we're eventually making. So I'm handling, actually, when a player leaves, I'm keeping their character in the game. Now that I think about it, I remember that I was setting that up. Keeping their character in the game for a little while. So if they don't log out in a safe area, they're subject to losing their character. So that's gonna get people to be like, hey, teleport back to, a town or whatever. And then we're going to get our damage system, and we're going to call apply damage with our target. Our base amount is going to be potency. So we'll do our active effects index target. Should probably just parameterize that. That's fine. Potency and our damage source that we need. And of course do a test.wait for our, should have definitely made that a variable. That's right. Wait for the interval. And then if it breaks, we want to remove the effect. So we're going to call bleed dot remove with the target. Let's write that function now, because I think that's everything we need for applying damage over time. So we have our dot, our bleed effect. We're going to do function. Nice part is once we write this once, it's very much a copy and paste situation for a lot of the other ones, and then just make changes where changes need to happen. So we'll say bleed dot remove This takes the target, which is a model. No return value. We're gonna say if active effects index target, then so yeah, we only want to do this if they actively have an effect, obviously, on them. I need to make sure that we're clearing. I mean, I'm going to clear it when I do remove, but if they leave the game, we want to make sure we're also calling any removes on them. We don't otherwise want to. No, you know what? We don't have to. That's also going to be something, because if the player leaves the game, the character's still in the game for a little while, they're still going to be in the active effects. I don't want to necessarily trigger to remove that or negate it. We'll let it run its actual course. Okay, no, never mind. Ignore me. Do it that way. So local connection, here's where we can set our connection. This is active effects, target, connection, and then if connection disconnect, doesn't need space there. Handles if we have that. Again, we're going to end up copy and pasting this, so there are going to be some that I might want to attach a connection to, so we'll make sure that we have that, and then we're going to do our active effects index target, and set that to nil, and then do our target set attribute, attribute name to false, or sorry, to nil. Not just a false. We actually want to remove the attribute. Ooh, I think that's it. Seems like a lot more just because I'm tired, but that's fine. Could go grab an energy drink. I'll probably be up all night anyways. It's already 4 in the morning for me. I might as well. It's better than sleeping till like noon or whatever. So let's copy this. Let's make another one. Let's do poison. We are going to, of course, assault poison here. Do we have, my phone keeps distracting me because it's flashing things. Let's reduce this potency for poison down to something like 2. Still fires off every second. Hello, welcome. We're making a status effect system. Kind of mostly made it, now we're just kind of working on status effects themselves. So here we need to say is poison, the damage type is poison. So you can see like this, it's very similar for the most part, just make a couple of changes here and there. Alright, is there anything else we want to do with this though? I don't think so. I think that's it. This is a Sword Art Online inspired MMORPG, but in Roblox. So there are a number of these in development. I think a lot of them ended up focusing a lot on visuals and animations, and less so maybe on their actual systems. We're kind of taking a different tack because my whole job is to build out all the systems. and they're coming along quite nicely. Let's do a burn effect as well. Let's rename that. Burn. So its damage type is fire. The ID is burn. I guess, I mean, we already made the IDs. I guess we could just do like all the ones that we made the IDs for. I think there's one more place I need to change this right here. Oh, actually, also here, I did not do that for this one. That would have been real bad because that's the one that really makes the most difference is the effect ID. For burning, do we want any? Let's see if we should have any notes on that at all. How much damage do we want burn to do? Probably more damage than poison. Maybe the same damage as bleed. Burning's pretty bad. Again, these are placeholder numbers. These can be changed really easily. What other status effect IDs did we have? Freeze. That one could be interesting. We could actually not apply any damage, but apply an actual freezing effect where it just stops you. Let's do slow as well. I guess because we won't be applying a damage effect, so we could apply multiple effects at the same time. So if we have poison and slow at the same time or something, right? We definitely do that. So we're not gonna need all this stuff because we don't need like the damage stuff. So get rid of this. This is no longer a damaging effect here. Get rid of the stuff that we don't need. Our effect ID, our duration is fine. Our potency, I'm gonna make this 0.5. Is that good? That's fine. This is gonna be the what percent to reduce speed by. So like ergo 0.5%. Just be nice and clear about that. Our interval is still 1 second. That's going to be fine. We have slow. We have our active effects still. So our apply now. We definitely still need the humanoid. Let's go ahead and do default speed and set this to our starter player dot character walk speed. So that gets the default speed from the game's settings themselves instead of just whatever the current speed of the character is, because they might be under the effect of something else. So we don't want to necessarily mess with that specifically. We just want to get their default speed. Still getting this. Duration, potency, all that good stuff is still the same. We need to see, we're setting the attribute, that's fine. We're doing the active effects, which is fine. We no longer need a damage source. Not applying damage. We still want to check if they're in the game or any of that stuff, and then quite simply we're just going to set humanoid.walk speed to default speed times active effects. Actually, maybe we do just want to get the current speed that they have. I'm just thinking if they have another effect that's affecting their speed, maybe speeding them up, that is also on a timer and that expires before this one expires. I don't want to mess with that. You might have to check on some things. Like we could check if they have the attribute for a speed up effect or the attribute for a slow effect, and write our code accordingly if that's the case there. So for now, we'll go ahead and hard code this in here. Say potency. That's it. Right. Just make sure that I got all of the names changed over. Looks like it. So there's a slow effect. Now, if we wanted to, we could actually also do freeze effects. It's going to be very much the same thing. No, hold on. I missed something. We need to reset the speed here. So we're going to get the humanoid. Just copy this actually. Put that in here. And then we'll just set it right here. We'll do humanoid walk speed. Is going to be the default speed. Again, we might want to adjust that if we have other things that affect speed, such as freeze. Maybe I want to implement that now. Or maybe it's too late in the night. So, too early in the morning, however you want to say it. We could cache their speed, but I don't think that's really what we want to do. I think that's all the things that we would need to change. We have bleed, burn, freeze, poison, slow. Bleed, burn, freeze, poison, slow. We have regenerate as well. And that's going to heal the player over time. That's a heal over time effect. I'm not going to make that one right now, though. That one's pretty straightforward. If you've seen how I've done this, you see how it's done. Alright, there anything else I need to do for that system? Don't think so. We'll see. Okay, what else? Notes here. Oh, there's my phone, it died. Alright, let's do... Let's make a hitbox service. What do you guys say? Still gonna be in a system. We're gonna actually add this and do a new folder here. Combat system. Okay. I think there might be some utilities we'll want to use. I don't know. We'll figure that out as we go, I guess. Trying to think of it all in my head, and it doesn't always work out. So first things first, we're gonna get our hitbox set up here. Also do a table.freeze. Like so. Let's get some types. I'll tell you what we do need. We need our logger. New, and this is going to be debug, not debris. You know what? We are going to use the debris service though, so that's fine. Debug. Did I do parentheses? Of course I did. Nope, still the wrong one. Our debug false, and our prefix, and I'm gonna go ahead and just do the script.name. Much easier than typing it all out anyways. Okay, so now we have that going. Let's go ahead and do, yeah, let's get types. We need to create some parameters for our hitbox. Let's actually do a hitbox parameter type in our shared types. Constant shared types. We'll just say params. It's pretty easy to do that. Alright, so for this, we are going to do... I want to do two different kinds of hitboxes. I want to do a sphere hitbox and a square hitbox. Because we can use a sphere hitbox depending on the type of weapon being used or the attack being used. could actually have a sphere hitbox radiate from the player as well, which could be kind of cool for certain abilities, like a ground stomp sort of thing. So we're going to actually have two different types here. So we're going to say sphere, the PH, sphere hitbox, and this is going to contain a shape, which is a sphere, not type, sphere. String literal of sphere. I'm on board now. Here I am. Okay. Radius. I cannot type. It's gonna be a number. We're gonna have the origin point, which is gonna be a vector 3. We need our common hitbox stuff, which will technically share between both, but we're gonna have to copy them because it's not gonna. I've tried this before and it doesn't work out the way I want it to. So we're gonna say exclude, and this is going to be a table of instances. No, doesn't need to be included. And that will allow us to. We could do. If we ended up wanting to do like damage to objects or something around us, we could also set that up and then exclude like certain objects. I don't know, that could be a little costly. But obviously we'll want to like exclude ourselves and that kind of stuff. We'll do team filter because you're going to have a party. Let's call it party filter. Party filter. And that is going to be a... let's have that be a function. We're gonna wrap it all so it could be nil, obviously. We're gonna have a target, which is a model, and we're just going to return a boolean, and we can basically just check if they are in our party. That would be kind of the filter there. Not gonna worry about that today though. I am gonna say max targets, which would be a number. Nil. We'll have a default value for that, 1 obviously. So max targets is, or no, if we don't have a max targets, we'll just let it be however many targets it hits. But this could be kind of useful for like sweeping attacks and stuff, because this hitbox is going to be used for not only just basic attacks, your M1s, but they're going to be used for skills as well. So we do want that. And then you know what, let's do a specific debug in here, and we can use that to allow us to actually visualize the hitbox. And then we're going to do we'll call it a box hitbox. So be a box. It doesn't have a radius, it has a size, which is a vector 3. And then instead of origin, we'll say a C frame. Which is a C frame. So the exclude party filter, max targets, all that kind of stuff, so that should be fine. And then I'm also going to, we'll try this. I've never had luck doing this though. We're going to export a type of just hitbox params. Maybe we can still use this. And we're going to do our sphere hitbox, or using vertical pipe there, our box hitbox. Like that. And then we're just going to return, are we? We're going to return just an empty table, because this isn't module. Alright, so we'll see if we can actually use this properly. I believe that we might be able to. So in here now, let's go ahead and get that. So type, and we'll do hitbox params, and we'll set this to hitbox params dot hitbox params. Sorry, no, it's hitbox params type dot hitbox params. Okay, there we are. Okay, and then thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. Alright, how do I do this? Let's see. I think we're gonna write a pretty significant function. We're gonna do get targets. We're gonna do that capitalized. Get targets. Hey, what would you say that is the best way to start developing on Roblox? I want to start, but I don't know from where. You're talking about scripting specifically, or just game development on Roblox in general? We're going to take our params here, which is our hitbox params type. You know what? We need to return a table of models here. Yep. Scripting. Build your foundations. Don't just watch tutorials on how to make a combat system, how to make a hitbox, how to make an inventory system. Like, don't just watch those initially. Get your foundations built first. Look at my YouTube channel. I've got a beginner series that is good at building those foundations. Just like a building, if the foundations aren't there, it's going to crumble. The key with coding is a use it or lose it skill. If you do not use it, you will lose it. So you have to make sure that you are actually typing code and doing so rather frequently, like more than once a week. The more often you do it, the better you're going to get at it, and the faster you're going to get at it as well. The faster you're going to get better at getting at it as well. And then once you get those foundations down, and actually good proper foundations of good practices and all that stuff, I would actually, here's something kind of cool here. If I pull up ChatGPT, I don't know if any of you know about this now, but something new with ChatGPT is you can go into tools and you can do study and learn mode. You'll see right here, step-by-step guide to learning anything. You get help and everything, prep for test, all that kind of stuff. This gets you guided explanations without just giving you the answer, which is especially good when it comes to learning coding, because LLMs are not good at coding. The code that they produce is just pulled from code that exists, and unfortunately most of the code that exists open source and available for Roblox, for Luau, which is what we code in Roblox, is subpar. Like, the average is not great, right? You want to be great, which you should always strive to be great, then ignore the code that it's giving you. Don't fall into the trap of getting just simple functions and stuff from it either, because your brain will then stop understanding how, or remembering how to do those simple things. There's actually stories of people being like, I actually forgot how to write a for loop because I stopped doing it. I just had GPT do it for me and all that kind of stuff. So I do recommend LLMs for helping with learning stuff as well, helping explain deeper into things. The documentation, I can't stress enough, like how important the official documentation is. The forums, to an extent, I would definitely check other sources before the forums. The forums are full of a lot of opinions. Not all of them are correct. And there are, again, a lot of bad practices and just otherwise not good code out there in tutorials on YouTube especially, and there's a lot of people that are writing code that just, they're not writing good code. If you see people using types, that's usually a good sign, right? If they're actually type annotating their function parameters and stuff, that's usually a good sign that they probably are gonna write good code and they kind of know what they're doing, especially if they're using strict mode and whatnot. If they're formatting their code in an easy to read way, that's another good sign that they're probably actually good at scripting and good at coding in general. But that doesn't mean that the other guys that are doing these other tutorials are bad, or not necessarily that their tutorial isn't worth watching. Once you understand the foundations and you understand how to look at their tutorial, pick out what's bad, pick out what's good, basically just extract the things that help you from that tutorial, that's where you can really kind of take it to the next level. So that's my recommendation. I planned on doing a more advanced series. I mentioned this earlier in my stream too, but I'm actually going to be doing a course. It's a paid course, and I don't want to like step on my own toes on that. You know, cut myself off the knees. If you join my Discord, you can. I do blogs on there where I also go in depth into some of my video stuff, my video content, and some more advanced stuff. And I do plan on releasing more videos on some more specific things, including like hitboxes and that kind of stuff. And probably will do this exact script if it comes out good. But otherwise, my Discord members also get discounts on my tutoring rates. I do tutoring for Roblox if you want to do that. I'm not cheap though, so don't think that I'm cheap. I value myself quite highly, over 20 years experience in game development, and I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, and I'm not, my brain's jumping back and forth between the two, and neither are gonna complete properly. Anyways, I have a lot of experience and a lot of proper coding experience, so it's kind of one of those things where like I can't justify not charging what I know I'm worth. So anyways, we are going to get the shape. So we're going to be performing, because the shape will either be sphere or box. Hitbox query. It looks so similar back to kind of the other thing there. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. Yeah, no problem, man, for sure. Let's do... Alright, so here's how I'm going to do my hitbox. Is I'm going to... Essentially, I'm not actually going to spawn a part unless I have the debug turned on. We'll probably do a visualizer, a debug visualizer function as well, but instead I'm going to use get part bounds either in radius if we're doing sphere or in box if we're doing the box. If you're unfamiliar with that stuff, it's really useful. And we can do something even more useful, overlap params. And these allow for much more efficient filtering of things, which is really cool. So we're going to do our overlap params dot filter type, speaking of filters. Set that to, this is an enum of, it's the raycast filter type. Okay, I was like, I know it's raycast something. We want to do the exclude here, and we're going to do overlap params and filter descendants instances, and this is going to be params dot exclude, or an empty table of or, because that could be no, right? And that way that will actually just exclude all of those automatically, and will filter them out for us. I do like collision groups as well. Okay, what I'm gonna do here. Consider using collision. What's in there? Collision groups. It's 2 words. For more robust filtering. Would essentially just be overlap params. Yeah, it is 1 word because it's in here. Collision group. And set it to like hittable something, right? Basically, you would create a collision group for that there. So. Group name needs to work. Okay, anyways, let's go ahead and now do our we need to store our results in a table and then do things with the table. So let's do a table here. We'll call it parts in range. That sounds good. This is going to be a table of base parts. And we're going to set that to an empty table to begin with, and then we'll... Right, so we have 2 different shapes. So now we're going to need to determine whether we're calling get part bounds in radius or get part bounds in box. Right, so let's do a little branch here. If params dot shape here, love enum string literals, they look great for that. Then we're going to say we're going to say parts in range is workspace get part bounds in radius because we're in the sphere here. We're doing our position is params dot origins, and radius is params dot radius, and then we also want to pass in our overlap params. Simple enough. Let's do the debug visualizer here as well. So we'll say if params dot debug, then all right, let's make this function. What do we need to make this? We need the shape, right? Which is going to be a part type, by the way. So let's do let's say shape. This is enum dot part type. Yeah. And then a size, which is a vector 3, 2 on a vector 3. And then we'll do the C frame. That will get the orientation for the box as well, since we want to use this for both. Alright, we're gonna do a logger here. we? R.log, and it's going to say generating debug visualization. Just shape dot. All right. Now we generate a part. So we're gonna do local hitbox is probably fine. Hitbox shape. And let's do instance.new, and this is going to be a part. And then we'll say hitbox shape. Let's go ahead and anchor it. Hitbox shape can collide. I want that to be false. Right, our actual shape, right, dot shape is going to be our shape. Let's make it a little fancier as well. Let's say hitbox shape dot material, and we'll set that to enum dot material. We'll do neon. Hitbox shape dot color. We'll do color 3 from RGB. 5. We don't actually need to do from RGB, do we? We can just do dot new. Just do 1, 0, and 0. Why put that extra space in there? So let's make it bright red. Let's do. Right, we need our size. We'll do hitbox shape dot size. Is our size, and then our hitbox shape dot c-frame. So our c-frame. These are kind of in no particular order, and that's fine. Hitbox shape dot transparency. Let's set this to 0.5, so it's a little transparent there. And then we'll go ahead and parent it to the workspace. I think I actually have a debris folder, so we'll actually do that instead. So we'll say I did that there. Hitbox shape dot parent will be workspace. It's literally only for debugging, so I need to actually put it in debris. Debris is more for actual effects and stuff. Alright, so yeah, we'll leave it at that. And then we'll use debris service, by the way. Add the item, hitbox shape, and we want to clean that up, and we'll leave it there for like half a second. It's probably fine. We can adjust that if need be. Alright, now I can shrink that down. Okay, so now we need things, and we need to kind of adjust some things to get there. So let's do. This is going to be kind of big, so let's do this. Let's do enum dot part type. So this ball, sphere, ball, whatever. Our size is a vector 3 dot new. We need, because this is taking a radius, so we'll say params dot radius times 2, because the radius is only half the circle, of course. For all of them, and then c-frame. So we'll say c-frame dot new. Do our params dot origin. Cool. I'm going to do an else if here in case we decide to somehow do a different shape aside from sphere and box. We can just come in and add that really easily. So say params dot shape is box. going to be pretty similar. I'm actually just going to copy this, but obviously we're not going to get what we have here. So this is our C-frame dot position. No, sorry, this is incorrect. Need to change this to inbox. Yeah, there we go. And that takes a C-frame, so that's fine. What is the second value? Is the size, so we'll do the size. And then the overlap params, I think, is it, yeah. Yep. And then as far as this goes, this takes a C-frame, so we can actually just do params.cframe, and then this, for the size, we can actually just do params.size. The box is significantly easier. If I control S, that's probably going to, yeah, so it's probably going to put those in the same line because it's not as long and drawn out, so that's fine. What else? So that's like getting the parts. All right, let's do this. Let's do a logger.log, and we're going to say overlap, overlap query found, and we are going to do, let's say, toString. Just make sure this is not going to give our logger any issues. The length of our parts in range table. Parts. And we are going to filtering for valid targets. This should probably also be a helper function. No, let's do this. Let's say targets, which is table of model. It's going to be a separate table from our parts table because keeping models here. We'll say local. I'm going to say scene models because we're going to loop through and we're basically going to track if we've already seen the model because we're looping through all the parts, right? Which is an arm, a leg, a body, a head. They could all belong to the same character model. So we want to, once we find a character model, we want to add that to our scene models so that we're not actually duplicating, right? We can just skip past any other parts that we find on them there. So this is going to be index model and just a boolean, I guess is fine. Say true or false whether or not we've seen them. All right, let's go ahead and do for each part. That was good there. For each part in our parts in range. And we're going to say local model equals parts find first ancestor. Say which is a model. There just in case, and then we can say if not model, then continue, and then let's put this here. We'll say scene models index model true, and then we'll say if not. Let's make this as valid target function up here as well. Local function is probably fine for this as well. Let's go ahead and do it above our debug. is a valid target, and this takes in a part of the base part. So return a boolean. Actually, it's going to take an instance because the part technically should be a part, but it could be an instance. So we want to make sure we're covering for that. So we'll go ahead and do something similar to, where did I put it? This. In fact, we will copy that. We'll paste that in here. But we're going to do something different here. First of all, we're going to log the error here. We're going to say expected instance, instance parent to be a model got type of the model instead. That's a warning. And then we're going to return false. So it's not a valid target. All right. Starting to get a crick in it too. All right, let's, so we're gonna bang through some of these here. So we'll get the humanoid. I'll spell it correctly eventually. This is gonna be our model. Find first child of class humanoid. So this again, our hitbox service is making sure that the humanoid is a valid target before we even do any of the apply damage or apply status effect stuff. So that's why we were using assert in those, because we're not having to here. We're basically performing our check here and handling it. So we'll say if not humanoid, then, and we are going to do our logger.log here. I'm going to log every possible issue that could happen, right? We'll say model name, rejected, no humanoid. It's not really a warning. We don't want to necessarily warn on that, but return false. What else? Let's also check if they have a root part. And this is going to be, we want the humanoid root part, because you can also do humanoid and then say dot root part. Since we got the humanoid, I think that's good. We'll do that. And we'll say if not root part, then logger.log, and we are going to say basically the same thing for the most part. Rejected, and we'll say no humanoid root part. And then we also want to make sure they're alive, so we're going to do sorry, not local. We're going to say if humanoid dot health is less than or equal to 0, then I also forgot to return false here. Let's make sure we're not forgetting that. Could be bad. Do this, and we will say sure, model's rejected, and we'll just do health is 0 or less. Specifically, that's what's causing it there. And then if all those are fine, all those pass, then we are going to return. There's our is valid target. Shrink that down. Get it out of the way for us here. Now we have that. That is working. error handling's in the function there. Do I incorporate a little AI into my projects? If you mean, do I program AI to walk around and attack players and do that kind of stuff? Yes. If you're asking if I actually use AI, no. Not really. What I will do is, if there's a bug or something and it's a particularly hefty looking script, I'll just copy and paste the script in and ask it, you know, hey, I'm getting this error specifically, that kind of stuff. I will say that the power of using LLMs for debugging or even kind of learning about what a script is doing, if you're, you know, just taking someone else's script and be like, what is this? The more scripting knowledge you actually have, the better you can talk to the LLM and get exactly what you want out of the LLM, including, in some cases, relatively decent code. However, there's a lot of times, I will say more often than not, if I'm having an LLM generate code, and I have it do this every now and then just to test it to see if it's gotten any better anytime a new model comes up. Luau is, in particular, it's just not a well enough written language, or it's not a well enough known language and written long, you know, not enough people are writing it for it to have enough data to really be good at it, like there is like Python and JavaScript and that kind of stuff. But I've found that if I do give it something to generate for me, I end up having to spend more time correcting it and calling out things, bad practices or things, and I'm like, you should do this instead, hey, this is out of date, that kind of stuff, to the point where I could have just written it myself. So might as well just write it myself in that case, right? Alright, so now we are checked if we're valid, if our model essentially is valid here. So now we want to do, let's take care of the team filter thing. So we'll say params dot, or not, keep calling it team filter, party filter. So if party filter exists and the result, I'm not sure how I want to handle this yet. What the hell is that? It's like duplicating itself. That's weird. Okay. What is this script going to do? This is a hitbox service. This is going to create a hitbox for us when we make an attack. And it's going to detect everything, all targets in that hitbox. It is a nice, robust, reusable hitbox script is what it is. Might comment this one out until I'm actually ready to implement the party filters. I'm not entirely sure how I want to do that yet, but let's do model name. Just do rejected. Say it failed. Party filter. I don't know. Again, I don't actually know how I want to handle that, so we'll ignore that for now. Actually, another thing to do in there, though. that, but is to continue. In case I do end up using that code. All right, and then we want to do table.insert into our targets table, the actual model now. And then we can say if params dot max targets, and so if we have that value in our deal there, and our targets table is greater than or equal to our params dot max targets, then we are going to break our loop. No longer need to loop through things. Let's go and log that as well. And we'll say max targets. We'll do a string params dot targets. Max targets. Okay, things have gotten weird here. Max targets. Reached. I don't like the formatting in this. Let's surround that in parentheses as well. Yeah, that's better. All right, so now let's go ahead and do as long as that's really the end of that for loop. So let's come down here now and we'll say as long as we have targets. So if our targets table has values, right? If it's greater than 0, then found that targets valid. I'm gonna say do an if then else expression here. We'll say if the length of targets is 1, and we'll say target, else we'll say targets. This is just me being like picky about how things get spelled out. So it'll say like found 10 valid targets, or found 1 valid target, or found 0 valid targets, right? So as long as it's 1, it will actually say target instead of targets. It's just a thing. And then if it is not greater than 0, we'll actually do, instead of 0 valid targets, we'll say no valid targets found after filter. Cool. And then of course we just need to return our targets table, and that should work. You're right, I did not set that. My apologies. Thanks, strict mode, for letting me know. Alright. It's now 5 in the morning for me. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 46 minutes. So that tells you how long I've been up. Alright, I think that this is done. We did table.freeze. Think then. So we need to override what our current attack system is, but I don't know that I want to do it the way that I thinking of because we have these actor components. I have a component-based system. Player gets most of these. They don't get the aggro component, obviously. And some NPCs get some of these, right? So a boar NPC, for example, might get the skill component and the aggro component and the attack component, because they would have a skill like for charge or something. But they're not going to be able to block or dodge. A humanoid NPC, like a bandit or something, might be able to dodge and block as well as everything else. So similar to what the player would have. A boss would definitely have that as well as additional things. Possibly. I don't know, maybe just special skills. So that's what we have these components for. So I might actually have to rework my attack component to work with this system if that's what we're going to do. Because a big part of this as well was that they have... I'm losing my voice, that's not good. It's actually in server storage, now that I think about it. They have these activators for attacks and skills. It's kind of an unnecessary place for them, but it is what it is. And I think I would essentially... Like, there's no reason to have necessarily these specifics for this, I don't think. It's kind of interesting that it has them. Well, I don't know, I guess it's going to play like a... I don't know, if you perform a heavy attack, just say, hey, play the heavy attack animation. Right. The server's going to know it's a heavy attack because it's telling you to play that, and then it just assigns the damage accordingly. But then we have like light attack, and this is one of these disgusting super god scripts that they made. It's so ridiculous. Do we no longer have the NPC state manager? Where's the server scripts? Why did that get renamed? I mean, it's not fully in use right now, but still. That's weird. That's good. That's still not, oh, I see. Of course, I just quote unquote fixed it, so that's not good. A lot of other things going on here, interestingly. Right, because I have like a default type checking mode already turned on in my VS Code here, so that's the thing. It's not going to recognize that name change now because it's the same. It is what it is. So I think they turned off a lot of my default, like, when you make an attack stuff. Tell you what, let's do this, because I want to test this. We have to be able to test this. I'm going to do... I guess we could do like a test of some sort. That doesn't necessarily require anything other than firing some stuff off. So let's do that. In here, let's do... Okay. Hitbox test. Let's do... This is where I kind of want to do, let's do that. Looking at my notes, and I definitely mentioned to myself that I wanted to do this. In our... No, it doesn't replicate storage. Our shared constants. Let's do an attack type ID, I guess. Enum of attack IDs used to avoid typo prone usage and to improve discoverability. File auto. All these basically are. So we're gonna do export type, type, and we're going to set this to, I guess, light attack. Say light melee attack. We're gonna have non-melee attacks. That is what it is. And then let's do heavy melee attack. Also going to do a ground stomp because I think it's gonna be cool to try things out on. Alright, and then we'll say our attack type ID. Well, let's just call this attack ID. I know, like damage type still kind of needs to be in there, but otherwise I'd prefer not having type in the name when it's not a type. Just reduces confusion. So. Alright, we are going to, well, let's do this, this. Paste those in there. So we still have that copied. So we can paste that. Yeah. Probably could have done it from here as well. So this. Cool. Probably gonna want to do because we need to pass information into our damage system, so we're gonna need to make like an attack definition. I was hoping to be able to test this a little faster, but it's gonna fail if it doesn't have the information it needs, so. God, okay. Alright, let's come in here and we will say attack definition. So this is going to need, let's just do export type, let's just get this going here. Attack definition. And it's going to be a table of information. Let's do a name. We'll say attack name. It's going to be a string. Trying to think if I want this to be the attack ID. I probably do, right? We'll have a base damage that we need to pass in. That's going to be a number. A critical chance. It's going to be a number. By default, that's like 10% or something. Oh, we need a damage type, which is a damage type. Right. What else? We need to pass in what type of hitbox the attack is going to use. We'll say hitbox, and this is going to be we're going to get our hitbox params type. This is either going to be a sphere hitbox or our hitbox params type box hitbox. Don't think I want to use the full one there. I feel like it's going to cause errors. Anyways, oh, what status effects, if any? Status effects. This is going to be a table of status effects. Yep, status effects. That is going to be optional. And these other ones going to be optional. No. What else? Oh, max targets. What are the max targets for the attack? If a number or I think we're also gonna, I'm gonna do another one in here as a matter of fact. We're gonna call it attack params. since we can just keep them in the same place, that makes it a little easier. We're going to have the attacker, which is a model. We're going to have the attack ID, which is an attack ID. Enum type, and we'll do debug here to pass into the whole system itself, which currently the hitbox is the only thing I think that's listening to that, which is fine. Alright, I can't think of anything else that we'd need for that, so we'll go ahead and return that there. So what are these? This is static properties of a given attack. Whereas this is, these are the parameters for a specific instance of an attack. In case anybody else wants to look at that. Commenting for those sorts of things are nice. Alright, so I kind of feel like we should just build we're gonna need let's do this as well. Let me pull up network. Hi Red, what's going on? Or not network, sorry. Note event name. Yeah, we're going to add attack remote. Go ahead and get that. We'll say attack remote. So, networks, network module, remote events, remote, and then we need our attack ID. User input service. I'll tell you what, let's just connect to this. So we'll use this as a module. We're using our modular framework, so we'll go ahead and do our initiate function and set that to a, and we'll do user input service. It's not ideal. I would do context action service, but this is just a test. So input began. Connect we have the input, which is an input object. What am I doing? This needs to be a function. Let's do the anonymous autofill. This is where Luau language server kind of fails me a little bit here. This is the input object. No, I'll just say input. And then this is the game processed event. Not that I needed to type the whole thing up, but so in here, if being processed event, and then if input dot user input type, so enum dot user input type. Mouse button 1, network, fire server, attack remote, Attack ID so this we can pass in. Let's do attack ID. We'll do just the light melee attack to start with. That should work there. So it's the most successful game I've ever made. Why? I can tell you the most successful game I've ever worked on. It's just a small game. It's called World of Warcraft. So, there's that. Roblox wise, I don't know. I haven't been scripting for Roblox for more than like 2.5 years, so. I made a game to start with a friend of mine and his daughters, and then did a bunch of fooling around and kind of developing some tools and stuff in Roblox, scripting stuff, and then got hired on for this project actually, November last year. It was longer ago. I don't know. Anyways, and then I've been doing small commission jobs, well, small-ish jobs here and there, and then I'm part owner of a relatively successful brain rot RNG game. So there's that. It makes money, so there's that. I'm fine with that. I think that's all we want to do. So now we need a... I'm gonna shrink all this down because it's just getting out of control. I do. Go to my YouTube channel. It has a beginner tutorial series, which don't skip over. It builds foundations. You need foundations to actually code well. You can also join my Discord. There's things going on in there that I'll do as well. And then I also have almost no voice at this point, apparently. I also have this open source repository that if you wanted to set up and use VS Code and Roho and everything, you can actually use that and just immediately get going with it. I wouldn't suggest doing that until you get a little more used to scripting before you start taking on professional tools like VS Code. But for the most part, it does work fully. And then there's also the public modules in there that you can get to. Everything's documented really well, but and I will be adding to this as well. Roho is an extension for VS Code, or just an add-on for an external editor that basically lets me code in VS Code, and that code immediately appears inside of Roblox Studio, so I don't have to code inside Roblox Studio. I use all my coding in VS Code. My building and other assets are UI and stuff. They're all done in Roblox Studio. Code, non-code. That's all there is to it. All right. So do I want to do like a full attack system just to get this to work? can tell you that we need to register the attacks, so we actually have, not register, but define all of our attacks, so we actually have this. I'll do another folder. I'll say attack definitions. I don't know if that's a name, I'm gonna stick there. But what am I making right now? It's a full-on like combat system for the most part, but really I was reworking our damage system and our hitbox system because the combat system that we had was written by an idiot. I'm not even gonna pull my punches there. He wrote very, very bad code. In fact, I can show you the code that he wrote. I know you don't know how to code yet, but you will probably at least understand that this is bad. So here's the main script of it. It is 712 lines of code long. It has a lot of repetition. What's even worse is it's using this alive data stuff, and what this alive data is, this is actually tracking character state. So their SP amounts, it's tracking whether or not they're sprinting, if they're dashing, all that sort of stuff. And it's doing so by creating a folder inside the character named like dash or named sprint. And then once they are done using that, it deletes that folder. Creating an instance and deleting an instance is both slow and memory intensive. And then, of course, all of this is just disgustingly written anyways. And then I think I've actually already done some trimming to this script too. So that's no good. And then there's also the fact that it's just doing too much. And then there's also the fact that, I'll show you the script here. That script I just showed you is this script right here. That is a server script inside the character. Which means every player joins the game, their character copies into the world, they all get a copy of this server script. Only one of these needs to run per server. So this is now actually running multiple instances of this, which is going to cause a lot of lag, especially when you start getting more than just a few players in the game. And then they've got this input client, which is another really badly written script. And then the probably the worst offender of all is in, let's see if I can find it. It's not in there. It's actually going to be here. It's this tag script, which has some camera shakers that they're not even using. And this tag script is also really bad. The whole thing needs to be rewritten. It is also 824 lines long. So that refactoring is what's taking some time, unfortunately, but gotta be done. Bad code is bad code, and we don't want that. Thank you. I designed that myself. Need to figure out what the hell this box is over the UI, because that just should not be visible. That's probably it. I don't know what this screen UI is. Why do we have this, and why is it? What is this? Somebody's not following the rules of how we are coding our game. Is it in pop-ups? Details pop up, right? Maybe. Yeah. Role help, item details, skill help. I bet that's what it is. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what it was. So you can see, like, as you hover over things, like, it actually tells you about stuff. Right? Current stats, if you have, like, attack, defense, all that kind of stuff. Your experience level. You go into equipment, like hovering over each of these obviously tells you about them, and then there's also contextual help for controls, and that does also work. Like if I connect my controller, my gamepad controller, like that also works for console or gamepads. It'll flip over real time even as you unplug and plug to show you like what is in there, and then I really need to preload all these assets and stuff. Is this working? No, of course it's not working. Somebody broke that, and that really makes me upset. There should be a search, a functioning search. Anyways, and then you can select weapons. You can actually get info on the weapons. Obviously images and stuff as well. And then if I go ahead and equip something, right, this is a two-handed sword, equips to both my hands. I can unequip by right-clicking. I can come in here and equip some armor. And let's do the Ripper Blade. And then we have, can't believe they still have the lines in there. We have a lot of, oh good, we did do the directional dashing, that's good. Unfortunately, the build I'm currently on does not allow me to draw my weapon and swing it, which is unfortunate, but I can change that super quickly if you want me to. And then, yeah, you can like shrink your help down. This dev control stuff is specifically only with in studio. I can pop that up and down and stuff. And then you'll notice as well, like when I have a weapon equipped, like it actually shows up here, and the icon does change. So this is the two-handed sword icon. If I were to change it to a dagger, for example, I get the dagger icon. If I were to change it to what else do we have? Rapiers in here as well. Yeah, we have a rapier. It becomes the rapier icon. Again, need to preload that. Ooh, that one is off. I should make a note for myself to fix that. But anyways, who made the animations? I don't know. I can technically do everything game development wise, but the one thing that if I were just going to make a game entirely solo, the one thing that I would still hire somebody else to do is animations, because I just find them tedious and just kind of a pain in the butt, and I just don't want to do them. So what do we have here? Our combat system. So let's do right, we were working on attack definitions, so let's do a what was it? Light, melee, attack, bow. Maybe I should just go grab that energy drink right now, because in about 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, I will have been up for 24 hours. So that's not good. It's 4 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's 5:41 a.m. for me, and I've been pulling an all-nighter. Fun. Okay, so this is our light melee attack. This is basically our basic melee attack here. So we're gonna enable strict mode. You know what? I'm gonna be speaking and actually have a comment at the top of the script, like I should most of these anyways. Is a basic melee attack that creates a hitbox in front of the and we are we're going to do type for our attack definition. I don't like that you did that. Oops. Hold on. There we go. All right. Let's do. It's been like my most misspelled word today is local. And we're going to set this as a table here. Alright, so what do we want to do? We want to get the attack name, so it's going to be attack name is I could directly call it like this, which is fine. Yeah, let's just do it that way. So I already actually get the attack ID and do all that stuff with it too, but no, it's fine. It is in there. Alright, what else are we doing? We have the base damage. That's gonna be weapon based actually. I think what I'll do is I'll have a base damage for an attack or for a skill, and then the weapon you have equipped will be additional damage on top of that. I mean, it's changing my damage system. I have to tie into the weapon system. I was trying not to tie into the weapon system for this stream because I didn't really want to like get into that because I need to kind of rework that a little bit anyways. I don't know, let's just do 15. Alright, that's fine. It's just for test anyways. We'll say the critical chance is 1. Alright, let's go ahead and do our damage type. This is just going to be physical. See how these types and enums are really playing out for us now. Max targets. This is going to be 1 max target. Only want to hit target with this at a time. We have the hitbox, which is going to have a shape of, in this case, we'll do the box. C-frame. C-frame.new. Thought by naming it the way I had it would be fine. We're going to do 0, 0, and we'll say -4. I should also not hard code that and set that for the weapon. So dagger is going to have a shorter distance from the character than a larger weapon would. Like a 2-handed whip. And then of course the size is going to be vector 3. This is also going to be the same sort of thing here, and we're going to do I don't know, we'll just make it kind of big for now. We'll do like 6, 6, and 4. Of note here, the C-frame is a focal offset. Put that there from the humanoid root part is how we're handling this. positioned four studs forward and is 6 studs wide. And that's again hard coded. Putting those notes in there for myself. I decided to not hard code it. And then we can also say our status effects is null. Again, that way we can just kind of copy and paste this template almost here. And then I think that's it. We're going to return table.freeze. Let me And then I made that ground stump. I want to test that out as well. So, or I made that ground stump. I did a thing with the ground stump. Copy this and do one here. Ground stump. Paste that in here. And oh man, yeah, my neck is killing me. Gonna have to stop here before too long. What's wrong with this? I'm too tired to deal with that right now. It should still work though. Alright, so for our ground stomp, let's say, stomp. And this is ground stomp. Let's have this be 25 damage, maybe a lower critical chance for this. We'll have this also do physical damage, I guess. That's fine. Next targets. Let's actually remove max targets. Also, this is an AoE stomp attack that creates a spherical hitbox centered. So obviously this needs to change to sphere. So this is now all different as well. Let's change that. Do origin. The origin is going to be, in our case, our character. So this is again going to be an offset, a local offset, so we can actually just do vector 3.0 on this. That will center on our character. In fact, let's note that. The origin is a local offset. Vector 3.0 means it's centered on. And then we need our radiuses. And I don't know, we'll set that to 12 or something. Again, if I was making something real there, we could do that. Let's apply a status effect as well. Let's do that. Let's make sure that's working. Let's do in this table here. Effect ID. It's not auto completing for me here. And we'll do status effect ID, and let's do slow. That actually makes sense. We'll have the duration be something like 2 seconds, and then the potency, we'll have it reduce the speed by 25%. Oh, I hate seeing all this red. Okay, it's because the hitbox. Hitbox is not compatible. Origin radius shape could not be converted into one of those. Did not. Save. Yeah, no. Alright, hold on. Let me, because I did this, let me actually try that. Hitbox not compatible, could not be turned into, so it's the same sort of thing. Yeah. I don't know. It could just be a type error and not. I'll have to fix it, but it's going to be another time, essentially. So we have a couple attacks. We're currently doing. Which one? The light melee attack. Okay. Let's try. Let's actually write an attack system first. We'll make it part of the combat system though, but not in the attack definitions. Should probably put this as its own system. Kind of only has a purpose in the combat system though, whereas damage and status effects could have effects outside of combat. Attacking is very much a combat thing. So. Alright, let's do a lot of things here. No, we haven't used in a while. Our logger. Say, logger is logger.new. False. Prefix. Also, attack system. Local's getting me. One of my hands is outracing the other. We're going to set this to empty table and return attack system. Let's see, what are we going to need to do? We're going to need to determine if there's a critical hit. We're going to need to actually perform the attack, of course. Need to create a damage source, like actually compile that. Let's do that. Make a local function here called create damage source. That's easy. We need an attack definition. Say definition. You know, I don't wanna, let's do that. It's attack params. What else do we need? We need to whether or not it's critical boolean, and we'll include the instigator, which is an instance or nil, so that'll be optional. And then we're going to return a damage source. Okay, anyways, we're just going to basically construct this. We're going to return. Most of it's going to come from that definition there. So a table here, because that has to be the damage source. The name of the damage source is going to be definition.attack name. Our critical is going to be our critical. What else do we have there? Damage type. It's going to be our definition.damage type. The instigator, of course, we talked about that, is going to be the instigator. The status effect. That's what I was missing there. The definition dot status effects. Cool. Let's also make a little helper function for rolling for critical hits. Seems useful. Roll critical hits. Just one hit. Let's do, we have a chance, which is a number. We're going to return a boolean. Did we roll a critical or not, basically? We're going to go ahead and do, you know, let's go ahead and log this as well. There's not really much to log on the create damage source. Logger.log, and we will say rolling critical chance. And we're going to say string.format on this one, actually. We're going to do %.1 quotes. And then chance, and then multiply it by 100. Remember how to find my asterisk key. That's crazy. Chance. Rolling critical chance, 10% chance. I don't know. It might look alright. Alright, we're gonna get the result is going to be a math.random. Pseudo random, but that's okay. We'll actually just multiply that by our chance. And then let's actually say critical hit result. String for our result That's fine. And then just return the result. Oh. No, we want to know if it's less than solid. Less than our chance. That actually returns a boolean, which is what I was going for there. My brain was stuck on the multiplication where I was finding my asterisk on that. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to code the longer I stay up like this, of course. Alright, let's do our attack system perform attack. We're gonna have some params, and there are gonna be some, guess what, attack params. I think I want to return whatever's needed for our damage, our applied damage, which is a table of models. Could be nil, and there could be nothing in the table. The base damage, which is a number, will make that option or nil as well, and then our damage source, which could be nil. The whole thing could be nil, essentially. Any one of them could be, I suppose. All right, let's scroll down and do this a little bit better here. So we are going to say form attack initiated by params.attacker dot name with attack ID params dot attack ID. So that's out of the way. All right. Now then, let's get our definition. Can't spell anymore. Definition. Yes. Yeah, it's getting better. So we are going to get our. We need to like register our attacks. Do we want to do it in here? We could do it in its own script. We've been doing them in the script so far. But I don't know, I think I'm gonna do it outside in this one. What would we call it? Attack definition. Registry. Attack registry probably is fine, right? Let's do attack registry. Alright, so what do we need? We need strict mode, so it will let us know when we're messing up, which we probably will. Let's do attack registry and return attack registry. I really need to set my snippets back up on here. I have them set up on my laptop, but it'll like automatically autofill this sort of stuff for modules. Let's get our attack definitions folder. So that's This is going to be script.parent.attack definitions. We need to save these in a table, so we're going to do our registered attacks. It's going to be a table where we have, let's use the attack ID. .enum type, and that is going to store an attack definition. And we'll set that to an empty table. Alright, what else? Alright, so now we actually need to just register them, so we'll go ahead and do, you know what, we'll call this in our modular framework, as a matter of fact. So we'll say function attack, what is this, not attack system, attack registry. Dot initiate. Use initialize. And then inside here we'll say for each attack module in attack definition folder. Attack definitions folder, get children, do, and this is going to say if not attack definition, no, not attack module, sorry, is a module script, and then we will continue. Alright, so let's do, so the module name should obviously match the attack ID as we're keeping it, so we can do attack ID, which is an attack ID. You know what, let me make my life a little easier here. Do that, and then we don't actually need to include this every time. We'll just use attack ID. And that is, what do we do on attack ID? Is our attack module dot name. Perfect. And then we're gonna go ahead and do a p call here. So we'll say local success attack definitions. What gets returned there? This is going to be a p call where we call our require and pass in the attack module. I think I'm doing this right. My brain is getting quite fried though. If success, then and our registered attacks. I'm not doing my logger in this either, but that's fine. I can come back in and add it later if I need to. I'll want to, but the attack ID, so we need the attack definition ID. No, just the attack ID. Yeah. It's going to be the attack definition. And then if it's not successful, we are going to we're gonna error. Why not? Failed to require module. Again, I'll come back in and clean this up anyways. Attack module name. And then the error. So we're gonna do a toString attack definition. There, that works. And then let's include a special one in here too. Let's do attack registry dot get attack, so we can get an attack directly by the attack ID. I'll even put here for function. Typically want to do a multi-line comment, even though it's not multi-line. We'll say this retrieves in this case it will be a preloaded attack definition by its ID modules. That was unnecessary. It is what it is. I should have been commenting the other ones too. It is what it is. All right, so we're gonna say local definition is going to be our registered attacks index attack ID, and then if not definition, then we'll warn again. Our logger should be used here. That's all right. Attempted. You get an unregistered attack. Use the otherwise, we're going to return the definition, which I didn't put the return value here. Attack definition. Okay. That's good enough. Oh. Alright, so back in the attack system now. So we're gonna need to get I need to hurry this up so I can actually get this done. So we're gonna need to get the definition of the attack. If this fails, this is going to be a developer failure, I believe. So we can actually use assert here. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be long enough, so we'll go do that. We'll say we'll get our attack registry dot get attack. The attack ID is gonna be the definition, or what do we say? Params, that's what it is. Params dot attack ID, perfect. And then we will include a message here. Attack failed. Could not find attack definition for attack ID. Params dot attack that. Here. Okay. There we go. All right, so obviously if we do get that, then we are going to be good. So we found the definition. We'll actually go and log logger.log. We'll say definition. Attack definition. I'll just say definition. We'll do definition dot attack name. So that creating hitbox. So we're going to determine the hitbox properties. We'll say hitbox params. I'm going to set this to how we're building the hitbox parameters. I don't want to do it in here directly. Separation of concerns. Hitbox utils, maybe. Those of you hanging in there, thanks. I'm super tired, so it's been an adventure for sure. Let's go ahead and do strict mode. Going to do should get the logger. I'm gonna skip the login for now though. We're gonna do, let's get some types actually. We want the hitbox definition. It's not. It's only hitbox type, hitbox params type dot. Yeah, if I just do that, just do hitbox params. It's like definition's not correct. And then we will do not, that's fine. I think that's all good. Oh, we need to do hitbox util, set that to the table and return our hitbox. Alright, let's see. We might add things to this later, but for now we're just gonna add one significant thing. It's creating hitbox params. So function hitbox utils dot create hitbox params. This is going to take a number of things. We need the attacker, which is going to be a model. We need the definition of the hitbox. Alright, we'll say params. I keep saying definition because we used definition with attacks. This will be hitbox params. And we'll do some overrides, which will be a table. This is getting long. I should have probably it's a little bit. That has max targets, which itself is a number or nil, and we also are continuing to pass through this debug as well, which is a boolean or nil if it's not there. We are returning, of course, hitbox params. I'm gonna control S here. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say Stylo is probably gonna break that down for me, which is nice. Okay. Let's get the root part of our target. So we're gonna say attacker, or not our target, our attacker. We're creating the hitbox in front of our attacker, not our target. We don't have a target. Anyways, fine. First child called humanoid root part. I'm also going to say that this is a base part or nil. I can actually perform that in the check right here. We're going to say if not root part or not root part is a base part, then we still want to return something. We're going to do some dummy parameters. Dummy params. It says here. This is going to be a hitbox params by dot box, I guess. By default. Now we'll do the sphere hitbox by default. We'll just have it beyond the character essentially. So this is going to be we have our shape, which is a sphere. Thank you for the auto complete there. We have our origin, which is a vector 3. New. I'm actually gonna set this at 0 math.huge and 0. Just kind of is up and out of the way if for whatever reason this is failing to get the root part right. Our radius is going to be 0. We don't want to accidentally like hit somebody, deal damage to them or something. We'll say attacker I think our exclude is supposed to be an instance, and we're going to get yelled at if we don't do that. He doesn't do that. Otherwise, yeah. So then we just return the dummy params. All right. So that's if obviously that doesn't exist, and then we can go in and set up our box and our sphere parameters. So we're going to say if definition. Hold on, I have the definition. What am I looking for here? Params, or sorry, params. And I keep doing that. If params dot shape is we'll say we'll do the box first this time. You know, because why be consistent? We handed act. If what is happening here? Then we're gonna do box params. This is gonna be hitbox param types dot box hitbox, and set that to a table that is going to have all the stuff. So our shape. This is not so. Anyways, so our shape is going to be a box. Our C-frame is going to be a C-frame.new, and it's going to be no, it's not. We're going to do our root part. This is where I was just saying it's going to be local here, .cframe. Multiplied by the params .cframe. Kill me. Size is going to be params.size. Exclude. This is not. knowing what this is. It does. I don't know why it's not filling it in. Okay, our exclude is going to be we want to exclude the attacker themselves. That way we're not counting ourselves. That was something I've been meaning to do for a while. Also going to say that's an instance just in case it gives me any issues. We're going to do party filter another time. We'll say params dot party filter. And then max targets. Won't be params, no, overrides. Max targets. And we'll also do debug the same way. Debug equals overrides dot debug. And then we'll return box params. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say else if sphere, this is going to be sphere. Chair is getting less comfortable too. Instead of C frame, we have origin. This is going to be a little trickier here. We need, okay, we can take our root part C frame. Do world space, which takes a C frame. We'll do C frame dot new. With the params dot origin. Dot position, because that's actually a vector 3, not a C frame. So let's see. Radius is params dot radius. Exclude I think remains the same. Team filter. Alright, so that's all the same there. Oh boy. Oh, what if it's neither of those? Let's make sure. Doing it again and again. Params. This isn't going to do anything. We're just going to error out of here because this is obviously a failure anyways. We're going to say hitbox utils, kind of manually crafting my thing here, that's alright. Attempted to create a hitbox with unknown params dot. There we go. Oh, I think that's it, actually. So that's another reason I wanted to, because especially because we're having to do this, I wanted to pull that out of our attack system so that we're not messing with that. Just a second. Cat's out. There we go. All right. toe, broken toe. Alright, where were we? So we're doing the hitbox. So we're gonna call our hitbox tils dot create hitbox params. Our attackers are params dot attacker. Stuff here is our definition dot hitbox. Overrides is an actual table where we would have targets. Definition dot max targets and debug is going to be params dot debug. And again, this is too long, so we will Control S. Stylua is going to take care of that for us. That looks good. Okay. So now we can say now we can get our targets actually. I think so we can call our actual hitbox get targets here. So we're gonna do, we've been logging in this one, so I need to complete logging in this one. It's almost annoying, but it's alright. Let's say so now we are searching for targets. And we're going to do local hit targets. Hit models is our hitbox service. Hit targets with the hitbox params. If the number of our hit models is 0, then we're going to say tag ended. About no targets were found in the hitbox. Might be overkill, but that's alright. And then we're going to return an empty table, because it won't have anything in it. Otherwise, let's say found that many, and then I'm gonna be special with my stuff again here. If hit models is 1, then targets else targets. Quotes. We're going to processing damage. So now we can essentially pass this off to our damage model. Oh, we need to determine if it's a critical and create the damage source and all that to do that. So yeah, first thing is critical is going to be our roll critical chance. That's going to be our definition dot critical chance. And then our damage source is going to be our create damage source, and we're going to pass in our like our definition is the first thing we do pass in, right? I see. Good old misspellings. Okay, and then this will be is critical. And then if there is a params.attacker, obviously that should go in there as well as the instigator. I think that's it for that. Couple more logs here then. We'll say damage source created. I want to actually like kind of spell it out for myself if I have to here. We could do logger.serialize. That's a new thing I added to my logger script. We're going to say damage source in there, and that should serialize it for us. Concatenate it. Let's go ahead and now do want more logger log here and say perform attack. Params.attacker name as completed. And we're going to return our hit models table, our base damage, and our damage source. So our hit models are this would be in the definition.base damage. This maybe this would be where I would and then our damage source. Alright, I'm making this rather complicated, but it's alright. This is really robust, and I can add to this if I need to, but I shouldn't have to. This is going to handle performing any attack, which is kind of nice. And I absolutely hate if it fails for me, though. I'm sorry, new statement is the same line and a semicolon statement silence. I see. But now it's going to give me that same complaint about the hitbox type, isn't it? Former's missing field to C frame and size. Yeah, but that's not, oh. Because this is supposed to be speed hitbox. Oh, but now it's still. Type boolean or nil cannot be converted into a boolean invariant context for debug. Wait, do I have? I do. I see. It's like that should be an optional parameter. So, still, what are you complaining about now? Same thing? Oh, there we go. Alright, that cleared it. There we go. What's wrong here? Unknown global root part. Oh, okay. Let's see. And then I have also here, that's mistyped as well. Okay. No more errors. Glad we caught those. Combat system. Finally, we can start actually typing out the combat system. So we're firing a remote event, an attack remote whenever we click mouse button 1, basically making an attack. That is incorrect. So we're going to get that attack remote here as well. So network remote events attack remote, perfect. And then combat system this. System. All right. Let's do. Let's just do one function in this for initiating an attack. We can make this a local function actually. Initiate attack. We're going to take player, which is a player instance, because this is coming from our remote event. Do that. This is Project 100, or yeah, Project 100. It's a Sword Art Online inspired MMORPG on Roblox. Let's see, so we have our player, we are also passing the attack ID, that's what it is. Attack ID, which is an attack ID. No, that's attack ID. Type there. Yeah, that's it. That's all that's coming in from there. In fact, let's go ahead and do network dot on server event. No, on event connect event. I was forgetting that. All right, attack remote, and our callback is our initiate attack. I think we need to pass it in now. Okay, so let's do. Yeah, you can kind of see a little preview. Dev template preview here, and I'm going to try to actually make this hitbox system just to test some things out. It's a lot of work for testing things out, but it's essentially eventually going to become like our main hitbox and attack system. So let's do. Let's get our character. All right, that's important. We need to get the actual character model here. So we're going to do this is the player.character. And then we'll get the humanoid by saying character and character find first child of class humanoid. And then we can say if not character. Hold on, let's do I have something special here. And character is a model, so let's make sure that's correct as well. Or not. Something similar here. Humanoid and humanoid.health is greater than 0. Do that. We should be logging. I'm just not gonna log right now though. Leave comments for myself to do it later. Alright, so we're gonna do so we need to get our actual attack here. So we're gonna do it's returning 3 things. Hit models, base damage, and let's spell that correctly, and the damage slips. This is our attack system dot perform attack, and our params are going to be like this. We're going to say the attacker is the attack ID is our attack ID. Passing in. And then I'm going to include a debug here, and I'm going to say true. And we can come in here and change that. So that's where that's getting passed in. Let's go ahead and now we have something maybe, so let's do for each model in hit models. We are going to say if model and base damage and damage source. So in other words, as long as we have all three of those, and that's come back through, we can go ahead and call our damage system and call apply damage with the target being the model, the base amount being the base damage, damage, and the source being our damage source. So else there, I guess, but we just insert the log there, I think. And then we need to connect this up to our modular framework so we can actually get that working. So we're going to do that in here. As a matter of fact, we'll say function combat system dot initiate. We'll do initiate, and we're going to bring this up in here, and that's really all it's going to do. My goodness, I think we're actually ready to test this. Let's watch the failures fly. Nothing's happening. I think something hasn't loaded. That's interesting. Let's see. Initiate. Setting this up. I didn't get any errors, so that's the thing. Of course, I didn't include logs in most of the rest of the things I just did too. I wonder if we are syncing our mouse button 1 somewhere else. Could be possible, right? What did I call it? Hitbox test. Let's see. We have initiate function. Call it this. And let's actually do. That's working. Thank you. I worked hard on those. I enjoy doing UI work a lot, so makes me happy to hear that people enjoy that. Okay, so that's also being received. I have over 20 years experience in coding, in computer science, game development, and software development, so a while. I also teach computer science and Roblox scripting, as a matter of fact, so that's a thing. Okay. Guess who wants to, or doesn't want to, but is going to have to implement the logger. Set this to true for now, and our prefix is I'm actually currently working on getting a course completed so I can get that out there. But you can start by watching my YouTube videos. I have a beginner series for teaching like the foundations of Roblox scripting the right way. So that's definitely one way to get started, at least. What do we want here? So I have the character. So we want to insert the log here, so we can do log. Let's do attack failed, yes. For either character or humanoid. Error for player name. Let's see, where else can we fail? Let's do this. Let's do logger.log and do applying damage to model.name. I could also do player.name there, it's fine, either way. And then no. And then logger.log. We're gonna do attack failed models. Now we'll see if anything's coming from that. I've been following a YouTube series, but there's a lot left unexplained along the way, and it leaves gaps in the learning. Then you will definitely enjoy mine. Some of them start to get a little lengthier because I go into a lot. I'm a big fan and a big proprietor of learning why things work, not just how they work. Learn why to do things, not just how to do things. Attack failed for either that. Okay, so now we know the failure is coming from here somewhere. Aha, I see it. Somehow selected ancestor instead of child. I could probably just set this to false. I can already see that that's where a mistake was. So yeah, in here, this automatically set this to find first ancestor instead of find first child. So what happens when I'm up all night coding. Cool, now we get a whole nother thing. Attempted to get an unregistered attack, light melee attack. Is that an unregistered attack? Let's go to... I feel like that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because this is called light attack? No, this is not my script here. Hold on. It's selected like a million other things. Alright, so let's go service group service. Attack definitions. Light melee attack. Yeah, okay, those should be the same. Because this is where we got that error from, or that warning from right here. Didn't get any errors here, so I should have definitely got it in there. So what did we mess up? Attack module.name, which would be light melee attack, is being set to the attack definition. I put in a bunch of stuff so that this wouldn't happen. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's try the ground stomp. Just realized I had switched over to VS Code while I was examining that stuff to try to figure out what's going on. Okay, so ground stomp is failing. So there's something failing prior to this. Cool. It's not cool. Attack remote, attack ID. That we know is going through. The attacks themselves are fine. Let's print this out real quick here. Do this. That's what it is. And I see the mistake there too. Yet another typo. Didn't spell that correctly. Again, coding when you've been up for almost 24 hours. Not ideal. There we go. So now we've got our ground stomp that centers on our character. And we can come over here and switch to our light melee attack, which should then. Oh, that's doing a sphere. It's not supposed to be a sphere. It's supposed to be a box. Okay, so somewhere in our hitbox stuff probably. The shape is sphere. Doing that. It's a box. We're doing that. It could even just be the debug visualizer here. The shape is the shape we're passing in. Yep, that's it. Cool. All right. No, the I do not use user input service for actual production. I use context action service. This is literally just for testing. So, all right, there we go. So now it's doing that. I don't think this guy is a humanoid. No, he does not. Let's give this guy a humanoid so I can destroy him. You, sir. You, hello. NPCs. You are not that NPC. You are one of these NPCs. Armor NPC. You do have a humanoid, but you have things disabled. Or do you not? Interesting. Actually, there was another thing I wanted to test anyways, but we are going to just grab copy with my avatar, it's fine. And drag it up there, and we'll play. Health is going down. Cool, cool. All right, and then I also wanted to delete him. I'm going to switch it back over to that ground stomp real quick. And I'm going to test 2 players here. And I'm going to see if it also applies the slow status effects. So you guys are seeing player 1. Player 2 is over here on the other side. Here's player 2. Alright, so player 1 is this. Okay, so if I click that and then oh, that just killed me. Okay, well. Okay, so here's my speed. Wow, that is, why is that killing me instantly? Is that happening no matter what? I think I have a number wrong somewhere. Oh, I know what I did. Yet another bonehead move is what I did. In slow, I bet I set, no, I did walk speed. I was gonna say, I bet I set that to whatever. Okay. Ground stomp is set to 25 damage. Huh. Characters have more than 25 health, so interesting. We'll have to figure that out. Either way, that is a lot of work that I progressively got more and more tired doing, so I think I'm done for now. That's nearly an 8-hour stream as well, so that's cool. All right. Yeah, no, to go back to answering your question though, also, like, the attack stuff will eventually be worked into these actor components, where you can give different actors, characters, player characters, non-player characters, mobs, whatever, different components such as the ability to attack. And that will enable the actual functionality. And then sending the signals to say, hey, perform an attack, do the hitbox thing, and then all that. So, but I use context action service for a lot of that. So it's going to be context sensitive, which is nice. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for watching, tuning in, all that good stuff. If you were here for a long time, I really appreciate it. You're back just as I'm finally I'm heading out because I'm done. But I got it working for the most part. There's an issue with the ground stomp, immediately kills any characters, which kind of sucks. I think these guys are dead. They're just anchored. These guys have? Yeah. So that's a super OP move apparently, but I can also come over here and change this to the light melee attack. It just gives me the hitbox in front of me there. Which eventually will kill a character. Let's see their health going down there. Interesting. Sometimes they decide to fall apart, and sometimes they don't. Also, I'm gonna get this guy. No, I'm just having fun. Add an animation event when it triggers, then you do the damage. Oh, there's actually a whole combat system already in the game. This was to test specifically the hitbox and damage and status effect system. I didn't get to test the status effect system very well. I'll tell you what, I'll set that up real quick with my light melee attack, as a matter of fact. Come in here and we will set this to be table here, and we're going to do our status effect is what is it, effect ID. Yeah, now I need to, it's been too long since I did this. Here, I'll just copy this real quick, paste that in. This is going to be, I don't know, let's do bleed. Wow, that's not auto-completing either. We'll make it for 5 seconds. And a potency of 10. That's a pretty hefty bleed effect, but a little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm already close to a full 8 hours. I might as well go a full 8-hour stream. Right? Oh, attack fail, could not find attack definition for attack. I have to be lightning attack. Did I mess something up? Status effect is not compatible. duration, number, effect ID, error type. Okay, that's the error there. Wait, where is... Oh, it's because I'm not calling status effect ID here. That's also why I wasn't getting my auto completion. Makes perfect sense now. Alright. Ignore the errors in there. I still have to figure out there's a type error somewhere. Alright, so now we attack him. He should be bleeding. Can't see his health bar though. There we go. We can see their health bar ticking down. Let me actually turn off the device real quick. Then things will be larger for us to see. Doesn't appear to be ticking down. But why? So I still have some things to work on. Status fix. Because whenever you do UI, you always want to be in a device mode so that your UI, as you design it, is going to look exactly the way it's going to look on someone's actual screen. You of course also want to use scale instead of offset to make sure that when you do change to different devices, right, your stuff's gonna look exactly the same, even on like something like this, right? I also have a custom 1440p one, which is, I mean, I have a 4K screen and it's a 43-inch screen, and this is actually just one corner of my screen. This is another corner of my screen, and each of these are essentially a 1080p screen. So I just put it on 1080p. That just sets up right. Here's the actual resolution, of course. Physical size. Yeah, whenever you design UI, always set yourself into a device mode. I usually just leave mine like this anyways, because then it's also representative of what the actual experience is going to be. If you have this off, you can honestly like set your screen to be a really awkward, you know, I can set this to be just something really awkward, and that while I can play it like that, it's not representative of the actual experience, right? But you can see my UI technically scaled properly. I'm not sure why this isn't taking down. Oh. Okay. I've got like 3 minutes before I hit the 8-hour mark. So we'll hang out for a second. Does anybody have any questions? Aside from why I'm doing things a certain way. Even then, I'll answer those questions, of course. I need to... add all this. So... When's the next stream? I don't know. I'm gonna be traveling, and I'm I'm going to be taking stuff with me that could allow me to stream, but it doesn't mean I will be able to, just depending on a lot of situations. So we'll see. And I'll be traveling for a little while too, so I'm gonna definitely try and hop online and stream a little bit. If nothing else, you'll see me in the Discord doing some things. And possibly dropping YouTube videos. I don't know. We'll see. See how that goes. What am I in? New VFX for mutations. Okay. It's kind of cool, I guess. Alright, well. Anyways, one last time I will... yeah, start in, start in here, the Roblox scripting beginner series. It's 12 videos long. Some of them do get a little lengthy, but that's definitely, I never really got this off the ground because I was starting to do both at the same time and realized I didn't have enough time to do both at the same time and everything else I was doing. So this short, a good one to watch as well. And then in here, this is going to give you the foundations the right way to kind of figure things out. And then from there, highly recommend the official Roblox documentation, but also Roblox Learn, that channel. It's from Roblox themselves. They have been killing it lately. In particular, like, I actually really enjoyed their object-oriented programming video from a couple months ago. I thought that was pretty cool. They almost made a video nearly word for word the way I had written my script for it. So that's definitely a thing. Make sure that you are actually doing things, coding things while you're watching it or after you watch something, because coding is a use it or lose it skill, and if you don't use it, you are going to not ever get anywhere with it. So you have to actually code, and typically code like a lot. So that's my advice. As I was about to say though, one final time here. So I have this Roblox project template in my GitHub. It's highly documented. This essentially is for VS Code and Rojo and setting that all up. In addition, even if you don't decide you want to use the professional tools like that, and this just kind of gets you all set up and going, you'll just have to figure out, like, creating a repository, so you have to have a GitHub account, or you can just clone it. You can look up how to do that stuff. There's videos all over the place how to clone a GitHub repo. But otherwise, if all you want is some free scripts, I have free modules in here as well, including the logger that I've been using and the modular framework that I'm using, a day-night cycle. I will be adding more stuff to that as well. Necessary as a beginner? No, none of it's necessary. But here's the thing, like, I can write code in Notepad. I save the file as a .luau file. It will run luau code. I can put it into Roblox Studio, upload it into Roblox Studio as a luau file, and it will run as a luau script. It just doesn't have all the syntax highlighting, the stuff that, you know, formats the words. It doesn't auto tab for me. It doesn't give me the ability to hover over with IntelliSense and see what errors are happening, or the linter, or to see what you know, what specific functions do that are built in. Those are things that code editors end up doing. And Roblox Studio is a code editor for Roblox. VS Code is a code editor for pretty much anything. And just how Notepad is a, yes, I do make money from Roblox. Just how Notepad is obviously a much further step down, but a step down from Roblox Studio. Roblox Studio is a step down from VS Code. VS Code is just a better tool. It's a more advanced tool for scripting. It gives you a lot of really great features, including access to a much better source control, Git and GitHub, as I was talking about. So no, it's not necessary for a beginner. In fact, I don't necessarily even recommend it for a beginner. It's something, get those foundations down, learn how to code a little bit at least, and then you can start looking into doing it with professional tools. Otherwise, you're gonna overload yourself with too much, really. I mean, it's not like that much, honestly, especially with my template. Like you literally just set it up and then you hit play on Rojo and it syncs up, and then anything you code inside of VS Code shows up in Studio. So it's not that difficult, but people make it more difficult than it is. I even have a video on setting up Rojo and all that, so if you want to actually once you're done with the beginner series, if you want to watch that video in there as well to see that. I think that's my most popular video. Like, people just rant and rave about that one all the time. You can actually look, get a peek behind the curtain here. Let me see if I go to content and this one. Yeah, so that video has 3,500 views. I guess I could just go to my channel. View it from Studio here. Yeah, so here you can see this one in particular, it's 3,500 views. You know, the one after that's got 1,000. Most of my videos don't have quite all that much. Local scripts is a big one, bigger one, I should say. This one, people really liked this one for some reason. I'm like, okay, sure. That's just covering some kind of interesting stuff, creating your own lerp essentially, instead of using tween service. And then I do have like a specific, this is how you make something. And in my Discord, I have a blog channel in there, and the blog has posts that sometimes go with my videos. So I have a blog post going with my random selection script, and then I also have one going kind of with the style guide and like type checking and stuff like that. So what's my opinion on language servers? Rojo recommends Roblox LSP. So Roblox LSP is the most similar to what the experience you'll get in Roblox Studio. However, Luau language server is actually what Roblox recommends. And the reason being is that one is directly tied to the open source Luau language. So whenever they come up with updates there, it automatically updates in Luau language server, versus Roblox LSP sometimes lags behind. On top of that, even Roblox LSP recommends Luau language server if you want to do type checking. So using strict mode like this, getting actual type checking. This is a type error that I'm getting, for example. So if you want to use proper type checking and have that, then you want to use Luau language server. Am I ever hanging out in my Discord voice chat? You know, I'm not. I should, though. I don't really think about that, but yeah, I definitely should. So I probably will at some point. Tween servers just felt like it took so many lines of code to execute properly. No. If you wanna do it cleanly, yeah, just set tween info, the goal that you want, and then create the tween, and then play the tween. Like, you could do it in 4 lines of code, honestly. So it just Depends on who you're learning it from, I guess. In fact, like if I do my GUI manager, it's probably in my transitions. Yeah, that's in my transitions. Right. Yeah, so this is getting tween service. So I created this. This is actually kind of useful. So I have a GUI manager that basically just lets you do different transitions. So I have slides, I have fades, I have expansions. Thought I had made another one, but so you can have things slide in and out. You can have them completely fade in and out. These tables up here essentially determine like which objects to ignore when fading in and out. So it will fade like text button backgrounds, but not the text, for example, that kind of stuff. So. Roblox LSP gives you auto completion. What do you mean? Are you talking about like the auto import stuff? Like if I want to do, yeah, auto imports. Like if I want to pull in replicated storage or replicated first, like I hit tab, boom, it pulls it in there for me. Or if I want to pull in a module from replicated storage, like, I don't know, we've just been doing one like damage types or something, right? Not only does it pull in the require, but it also pulls in replicated storage for me, spaces it all out, does all that for me. So yeah, auto import is quite nice. I even have in my template, so this is a cool thing that I set up here too. So I have a .vs code folder here, so this actually comes with preset settings. I made sure to comment everything in this. I should actually send this in the chat here, of course. Been doing it, and I haven't done it for a little while, but there it is. So essentially that sets your settings like mine, but for the most part, there's some settings. Obviously, my VS Code is quite customized. You might have noticed the look is different, especially, but so for things like Lua language server settings here, so I have my auto imports enabled, I have autocomplete end, so when you hit end, or when you hit enter at the end of like a function line, it auto puts the end in there. Same thing with like if statements and all that. And then also separate groups with line, because it's good to have white space there. But hi. All right, so I've stayed well past what I meant to now. I have actually. I did like the death effect for the Sword Art Online death effect, but it is what it is. So I can my channel. You are on my YouTube video. You can go to my YouTube channel. I have videos there for teaching Roblox scripting, teaching the foundations the right way, and explaining why things do things that they are, instead of just telling you how to make a specific thing, because that's not how you really learn. Some people can kind of learn a little bit that way, but they're not going to learn enough, and they would still have to go and find other resources to actually learn. The Roblox Learn channel as well. I brought that up here as a matter of fact. That is also, they've been really doing a great job on that, so that's also a great channel to go in and watch a bunch of things on. Lua is a great language to learn just as a first coding language anyway. So, in fact, I had a student of mine who has he's taken a computer science class, and he just started school a few days ago, and he's like, hey, all the stuff that we've been talking about, because I've been teaching him Lua, he's like, all the stuff we've been talking about, like if statements and functions and loops and all this kind of stuff. He's like, I already know all that stuff because it's all stuff that we've been talking about, and they're just now like getting into it. And I was like, yeah, that's because programming languages share a lot of the same stuff. Best practice, create a source or source folder within each service. Yes, absolutely. I even have that in here somewhere. Oh, it's in my, I mention it in my modular framework. Yeah, so here. Recommend using the source there, and then I think I even mentioned it here. Yeah, you may use SRC instead of source preferred. Both are good for it there. So. C++. C++. I think that's the language I've used more than any other language is C++. Started in C, went into C++ shortly afterwards. Again, nearly 20 years ago at this point. Used it for many years, was an Unreal Engine developer for a little while, so I even used it there as well for a few years. Good stuff. Good stuff. Does it mean to create source and replicated storage, etc. So to kind of show you the structure of that, I've already closed Roblox Studio, but so you have here, let me do this. All right. So you have server script service, for example. You would have a folder in there called source, or even in replicated storage or anything like that, or SRC, either one. Basically, that contains all of your source code. So source code is just the code that we write in a script, basically. That's a really simplified way to say it, but it's what your interpreter or your compiler converts into machine code eventually after doing a few things. And that's how the computer knows what to do with the code that you wrote. But that is source code. So what that initially does here is in replicated storage, for example, you would have a folder for your different assets, you know, whether it's like remote events or different parts or models or stuff like that. And then you would have a source folder, and you would know that all of your code lives in your source folders. So it helps keep things separated like that. Sorry for asking. I've been scripting for almost 3 months and even used some of your videos to learn. Got to raycasting data stores. Low-key don't know if you're doing something wrong. So are you, like, what problem are you having? Because raycasting can be a lot of fun, actually. I developed a procedural generation tool with raycasting that works really well. You just want to ask if it's good progress. Oh, yeah, it's great. So as long as you are actively coding and using it and not just ingesting theory, you actually need to do practice, right? Then that's going to be something super useful and just a good way to learn. The documentation is priceless because as long as it's written well, and to be honest, Roblox documentation isn't written terribly. There are some pages that I'll come across and I'm like, oh, that's not organized very well, or sometimes they have like the same information in 4 different places, or you have to like jump around to places you don't necessarily want to know how to do. So, hey, what's up, Luca? What's up, Ton? Send you games or something. I've definitely come across worse. Much worse, as a matter of fact. Kind of struggling on the, I mean, obviously it's not, if you look at Lua documentation, that's also quite rough. But Lua documentation is actually pretty decent. The the Roblox documentation is fragmented. You can definitely tell there's multiple people that get in there and write things, but it is nice for someone to be able to just come in. They've fixed the search to make it better as well, to just come in and, you know, get actual code snippets that they can, you know, see how they work and test them out and stuff. They just click copy, do it, hit run, do the thing. And they, for the most part, have good navigation. So I think that's why I think they're decent documentation. Personally, I love writing technical documentation, so I try to turn a blind eye to seeing poor documentation because it's usually all poor to me. In the middle of the video, just got a spark in your head, just start messing around with stuff. Perfect. It's in a small game with an ability mode. Well, I need to go. I'm already like 20 minutes past what I planned on coming here because I have been up for 22 hours now straight and just coded for like the last 8 hours. So my brain's really fried. I need to go get some caffeine in me. Join my Discord and hit me up in there. That's the best way to reach me and get stuff and send stuff. There's channels even for sharing that kind of stuff too. So. Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you for joining. See you later. Got like some weirdness going on my green screen up here apparently. I don't know. All right. Anyways. Good night, good afternoon, good morning, wherever it is for you. Oh, I'm not sleeping until like this afternoon at least, so it's gonna be a while. All right, later.